we got a show for you. Oh man, what day is it today? They're all just blending in together. Folks, we got a good one tonight. That's right. Here we are. Where are we? It is Duncan Trussell and Alex Jones together again. For all we know, they've never left. Oh, it's going to be a good one. And I hope you're in for it. We're in for the long haul here, folks. We're going to take a look at Duncan Trussell trying to get some truth from AJ. Hey, yo, AJ. I call him AJ. A lot of people want to say AJ for president. AJ for president? Shit. That'd be Jumanji up in here. AJ for president. Yeah. There's been worse. There's been worse. But thanks for hanging out tonight. Give us a like, subscribe. We'd like to check out these podcasts, comedians, and conspiracy theories. It's a lot of fun. We expound on the ideas and we poke fun of these comedians through the satirical lens of body language. Good God, it tells us too much. Look at Duncan Trussell. I miss the days when I just spoke to the abyss. If I've got to look at a face like this. Good God, Duncan Trussell. He'd be shaving his beard all sorts of weird. But please, grow those beards out, shave it, grow it fresh, just let it grow. And then when you start getting kicked out of places and thinking that you're homeless, grow it a little bit more. That's just the awkward stage. You gotta get past the awkward stage, and you gotta keep going. You'll be a Nephilim in no time. Okay, thanks for joining us. Let's take a look at Alex Jones. He's got a lot to talk about. Fresh eyes again. You know, I'm taking a look at this for the first time. I did take a peek here and there, see what it's kind of about. But we are going to explore this together. So it's a Friday night. It's a hang. It's a vibe. And do I got my my podcast rental, my music studio, my band rehearsal converted to a podcast rental space overlay? That I do. There we are. We are one. As a matter of fact, yeah. Oh my gosh. Hello and welcome to DTFH. Please stop with all these initials. Can we just say words, please? I can barely say words as it is, let alone saying your abbreviations. But tonight, we got Duncan Trussell and Alex Jones. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, I got one of them that light up. You know, you just gotta go with what you got. Okay? And Alex Jones seems to be gotten a lot. I'm losing my audience, folks. I'm losing my audience just to keep it fresh for the host. All right, we'll get it going here. But thanks for joining us here at Old Clip Version. We're gonna take a look at Alex Jones. Oh, that Alex Jones. Imagine if my body looked like this. Okay. Oh my goodness. I had to contort myself in all sorts of ways to look so sheepish. Let's see what he's got in store. Gulp boy.
Welcome, friends. Before we dive into this important, perhaps the most important episode of the DTFH,
He's seen revelations. He's seen the Antichrist, spoken about by Peter Thiel. Man, what I wouldn't do to get into a lecture telling me how things are. So these are lecturers. Okay, they like to be lectured to. They go to lectures. Apparently, Alex Jones doesn't have the kind of pull that Kurt Metzger does. Alex Jones might be out of relevance. I mean, he seems to. These are probably, redeeming years for him. But I think after the lawsuit, I really think things just changed a bit, and the torch has been passed. But I hope everything's okay, because he sounds different, just like Ariana Grande, whatever her name is, Ariana Grande, or Selena Gomez. Okay, how their voices change. So Alex Jones, his voice is changing. How dare you change your voice on us, Alex Jones? AJ. All right, let's take a look.
I've got to go through my dates. Won't you come?
All right, let's skip through his dates. Go see him. Go see Duncan. Support his ass so we can be a bottom feeder and enjoy his content. Because once they stop getting paid, they get pissy. So keep them nice. As a matter of fact, give it a like. I'll put a link in the description. Check it out. Duncan Trussell speaking to Alex Jones. Metzger won't let. There's something very timely about Metzger right now, and I only came about it accidental, just like with Jeff Dye. I was just exploring a lot of people at that time, and then it's like, whoa, something's happening here. So I actually have to spend time not covering him just to get back to my roots. Okay, Metzger is not my root. I mean, I do appreciate Metzger for the amount that he's doing. I can dig that. But yeah, he's definitely trending, folks. Metzger's trending, and I mean, maybe Tim Dillon. Maybe. I think seems as if a few of them are going to start popping up. Theo Vaughn, he's going to start popping up with Shane Gillis. They already are, but yep. All right, here we are. Let me switch out of this.
Here, live stream podcast available on the planet, potentially the galaxy. It's my night stream. I've been doing it just about every night. We have a growing.
Yeah, yeah, you're getting hammered by Metzger in your algo. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a. Yeah. The thing is that Metzger basically has already said what he's doing, not even intending to do, but what he is in fact doing. I mean, he already mentioned how he's playing along just to figure out what this system is, and then he's just going to report back. So you got to get your bag while you can, and be a little chaotic, have fun. I felt like Duncan was kind of that at first too, but I really have enjoyed Duncan after Elephant Graveyard, based on his response to the whole thing, and both on how he got upset about it, but then also kind of played into it and had fun with the people in the comments and stuff. So that's pretty cool. But I don't think there's a trending happening with Duncan. So I think Metzger's being pushed because I mean, I've got my ideas. So it's cool to be part of it. But here we are. I like to. Wizard, was this your recommendation? Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, it kind of it almost takes this kind of method to be able to watch it without getting bombarded by it. But yes, I appreciate it, and yeah.
Thriving, beautiful community.
Oh my God. So this is just like Metzger. Sorry, not Metzger. Sorry, Kreischer. A lot of German names. Kreischer loves talking about stuff. He just loves when he talks. There's a whole lot of love behind when he's talking. So then Duncan does that, but almost in a, I hope you're paying attention to how much I love this kind of way.
We have a growing, thriving, beautiful community of people from all different political leanings.
Oh, you better not. You better not. I need from one side. And that is and when you pick that side, I want it to be the furthest of that side. Duncan, you got to anyway, here we are. Let's get to the show, folks. Let's get to the phone.
Alex.
Oh.
Railroad track that the Illuminati rides their little demonic choo-choo train.
Yeah, what about Mr. Rogers? I hope nothing was going on with Mr. Rogers, because there's a lot of train references. And trolleys and stuff. And that's how they transported all the orphan kids. I'd be very careful of anyone who's trying to organize orphanages or trying to start one. Ooh, that's weird.
Back and forth from hell on Alex.
Ouch.
Jones. Alex Jones, I got to tell you right away, man, you are in my top 3 dream guests for this podcast. I've wanted you on this show for so long.
This is his first time, okay.
Well, I've wanted to come on. I'm a huge fan of yours forever.
Thank you.
So he's wearing a hat. Duncan wishes that he was wearing his hat. This is going to be a good one, folks. I get to be aware of their low production due to just not covering up the locks. Please just cover up the handle and the locks so I don't have to be reminded of how small of a space you guys are in. I couldn't imagine being such a small space with another individual. Oh boy, folks, Friday night, deep dive. We're going in. Oh, nice. You got a channel set up to do like takedowns. Nice. Yeah, with Metzger, I think I think that there's something there, but he's still kind of there's this other thing that he adds to it, and so I'm I don't know, but it is it's interesting to watch, but I feel like I'm part of Alex Jones' human hand. Rah! Alex Jones went full transhuman. Ah!
You like it 15 years ago with Joe.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, listen. That's where I first met you, was through Joe, not in the flesh, but when I got to be friends with Joe, we go over to his house, get stoned, and we had like old school InfoWars Alex Jones stuff on VHS, and we'd sit and watch it and
heavy
just
breather.
Freak the fuck.
I've known Joe since I met him in '98. We got to know him as friends since '99, but he called in on 9/11. When I was saying they blew up the towers, he was like, "You're going too far." And I'm not criticizing he said that because it was the day of, but I'm always proud that Joe called in on 9/11.
Wow,
pretty crazy.
One of the things you called. That's you're known for.
Oh, did he then? Let's look it up in the files. DOJ is my new Google. Now, Duncan Trussell is giving us a reminder of why we shouldn't should not grow our beards out. Okay, I will be immediately shaving my beard after this episode, because oh my god, if it looks anything close to what Duncan Trussell is it's trimmed up pretty nicely actually, but you don't got to trim your cheeks. Oh boy, they're afraid of their hair. But I'm going to immediately shave. I can't believe men look like this. Cover yourself. You gotta wear a burqa, brother. Okay? It's time for the burqas. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, and do not shave your mustache, like, or trim it. That's so funny. Yes, do not circumcise your beard by trimming your mustache while you leave your beard untouched. Oh man, here we are, and he's wearing the open denim. Now this is an open forced denim. I can't believe that he's purposely creasing his collar so that he can show cleavage. I can't believe it, Duncan. And he must be into this is his woodsman, his woodmaker attire. He's into wood now. He's a shaper of materials. Oh God, please stop shaping things, Duncan. Okay. Transmute within. The three-dimensional world does not need your help, okay? Please do not build three-dimensional forms, Duncan. I swear to God, if you build one object, I'm going to mash your head with it. No threats. We are just satire. Sorry, but here we are. I don't apologize for nothing, Duncan. And you listen to me good. No three-dimensional objects, okay? You keep it internal. Those who know. But here we are.
Having predicted a lot of things that have happened. And
oh my God.
Before we get into that stuff.
Now, he's doing a deliberate divide in his beard, too. He heard about them wizards with the two chunky beards on each side. So he did the parting of the Gray Sea, and he's really trying to do he's milking his beard. So as he creates these. Utters in his. Let's just get to it.
I wonder if you could shed a little light on how you got on this path, because I was doing some research on you, saw you were
Is he dressing like this after hanging out with Peter Thiel? Is he maxing? Is this something that Peter Thiel expects of his proteges? Michael Bean made it real clear to Jamie Kennedy that he better cut his hair and shave his beard trimmings before he ever saw him again. He's like, I do not want to see you without you cleaned up. And he did it like a cock. So not only is Jamie Kennedy a simp, but he's a cuck. So I wonder if Peter Thiel requires his proteges to have a little bit of an open collar. Because an open collar makes Peter Thiel holler. He's collar maxing. He's an accelerationist. This Duncan Trussell. He's about to do the bone damage to increase his high cheekbones, and then he can be part of Balenciaga's new season, new lineup. The little demi-demons walking around like they're normal. I don't need to see the 1%. Go and get. I'm a majorityist. I need to see the majority. So you remain in those little caverns and the little underground tunnels, you 1%ers. And leave the majority to the people. And pop a collar for the people, Doug Trussell.
Your dad's was a dentist. You're a football player, and I'm trying to picture. And you and I, we're the same age, so we have the same sort of memories as far as.
Oh, we're the same age, and he's like, oh, he is getting a little bit of that Peter Thiel neck too. Look at that. The elongated, like he is, a cyclist in the prone position, or a cyclist in distress. It's like, like your neck shouldn't seem so distressed. That's what Peter Thiel looks like, just like they're just like Marshawn Lynch. Got the tattoos. I got a way to throw him in every episode, folks. Marshawn Lynch. But here we are. Podcasting for the people, Papa Kala.
Global events go and stuff. I'm thinking back when I was in high school.
Oh, he knows Alex Jones. Alex isn't really the age he claims. Okay, so he's playing into a little bit. That's funny.
And, you meet somebody. They derail you. They introduce you to music or whatever. Who introduced you? Who is the first person who started showing you that maybe things aren't exactly the way the news
is? That a mask?
Well, I don't know where you heard I was a football player. I did play football until I was like a sophomore, and I was terrible. So I was good enough to be on the team and get run over and get bones broken. So
you were a football player, man.
Yeah.
So and you could see it. You're like you could see it to this day. Like you've got that athletic.
He's breathing through his mouth. He's like. Yes, Duncan. Yes, that's. Oh God, it's so hot in this mask. I mean, it's hot in here. Oh. Yes, Duncan. My dad was a dentist, and wow. Breathe through your nose. Please. Oh, why you spit your beard like that, Duncan? You got me thinking all types of weird things about you now. You divided your consciousness. You want to keep your left and right hemispheres separate so that you're divided. Unify yourself, or else.
thing going on.
I was good enough to make the team and get run over. It was,
okay.
I was like, I can't believe I'm on this team. I actually quit because I don't mind getting hurt for a reason, but I'm actually wimped out. So
okay. Well, but where did
they put me on varsity when I was like a junior? I was being run over by huge black dudes, and I was like,
thank you, Wizard.
So I'm actually a huge pussy. So,
but how did it happen?
I don't know where it got in the lore that, but play football I did. It was. I grew up in Rockwall, a suburb of Dallas, and my dad was a dentist, and my mom had like a degree in history, but was a homemaker. But I've told the story before, but maybe you didn't know it. People always go, "Oh my God, he's a spy." No, I mean I had my mom's brother was an Iran-Contra, was Army Special Operations, and then I had some other family.
Wow! Right out of the gate, he is going to address the big ones. Now, I wonder if it's because they talked about this, but maybe beforehand, or I mean, I know that these are the things that people say about Alex Jones, but look at those Nordic flaps. He's. Are you talking about his? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, that's as far as it let me go. Yeah, he's got a little hood in there. Okay. Now you gotta make sure you got a little. Gotta have an awning. We gotta know you can stare in the same direction of the sun when you fight. Okay? We need some of those people who know how to look at the stars. Oh yeah, Wizard knows. That's right. And that's why Duncan has divided his beard, because he's seeing a Nordic right now, folks. And he's like, maybe I got a little spy connections, because of my lineage. We know things. It's ancestral stuff, folks. Yeah, it's ancestral stuff. But you guys get it, you guys. But here we are. He is peering into the eternal abyss, like a telescope. The further down you go, the further out you can see into this inner and outer dome. Alex Jones has become the dome of creation right before our very eyes. He is the circle and the triangle in creation. And I may be the square. Nay, the rectangle. All right, here we are.
Out of World War II, that had done stuff in World War II, and they were always talking bad about the government and the plan for world government and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So it was kind of background noise just growing up.
Wow.
Hearing about this stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think that kind of primed me. I didn't really have an interest in politics until...
Is his voice the same?
We moved down here when I was about a junior in high school. And
Yeah.
My dad sold his home offices, so we moved down to Austin. And Waco happened right after that. And then we were just watching the news. All this stuff was happening.
Can I stop you on Waco, please? Because I don't know.
Oh.
Like, this is
Waco.
something that occurred to me, and it's really crazy. You were at Waco with Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks went up there to film some stuff, and Timothy McVeigh. You, Timothy McVeigh, Bill Hicks, and obviously Koresh were at Waco, at the same time.
Here it is, Bill Hicks.
You're the only survivor of those four. You know, Timothy McVeigh executed Bill Hicks, pancreatic cancer. But I just think about, wow, how come someone hasn't just made a movie about those days when people were coming up there to see this horror that was happening, to see this thing that was probably confirming for you all that background noise that you were hearing.
Well, sure. I mean, just to be clear, I had just gotten out of high school.
Yeah.
And so I was here in Austin, and I did go up there and talk about, but I hadn't even gotten in media yet. So I technically, was there right after it happened, and not right when it blew up, but like the days after.
Yeah.
And so it was bizarre that was going on. And then I met Kevin Booth, who I met Joe Rogan through, a comedy producer, and he'd been Bill Hicks's producer. And so that's where that crazy rumor started that I'm Bill Hicks, which is hilarious.
Which is a huge compliment.
Oh, he's like, it's hilarious. Oh, God, it's so hot in this mask. I mean, this podcast studio. Oh, God. Yeah, I will repeat jokes occasionally, but here, this is interesting. I've always wanted to kind of get his take on it, like a fresh take like this, because I feel like he's addressed it a couple times, but again, popping the collar for Peter Thiel. Does he get like ancestral tattoos? Valhalla till we die, brother. It's just beyond that ice wall. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. No, seriously, we need you to navigate. The Titanic was heading to the ice wall. And the alien said no.
Kevin Booth, who I met Joe Rogan through, a comedy producer, and he'd been Bill Hicks's producer. And so that's where that crazy rumor started that I'm Bill Hicks, which is hilarious.
Which is a huge compliment. And I'll tell you, I
don't think I'm going to look much like him, though.
I know, one late night, I went down that rabbit hole. I'm looking at pictures of you and Bill Hicks, and, because you are funny. I mean, that's one of the things that's really interesting about you. You're kind of like a gonzo journalist. You're some kind of like...
Hey, you can't refer to gonzo... Well... I mean, wasn't he involved in that stuff too? The Epstein stuff? I don't know.
Combination of like, oh God, Hunter S. Thompson. You've got some Hunter S. Thompson in you.
See? Okay. So now this like Hunter S. Thompson kind of thing now is no longer, and for many people it never really was cool. Not that things need to be cool, but not something that you don't have to enjoy it as much as some of these fanatics, okay? And now it's I mean, from what I heard, allegedly he's in the Epstein files, and so maybe he was kind of helping out in some way. I mean, he was definitely connected. So, is it really a compliment to be Bill or Hunter S. Thompson-esque?
you, but you're a journalist. You're a journalist. You're a hard worker too. I can't imagine what your schedule's like. But you have this incredible mixture of things that just.
What's weird is I never try to put myself in the story. It just anytime you go out, you've done it. Anytime you go out and do stuff in the real world, you get sucked into it. So the story becomes you because you're there.
Yeah, right.
And I've seen that with Ben Avery. Ben Avery's been able to just kind of let himself go. Like, even physically, he's just I'm still new, folks. I don't know what you can say on these platforms, but people seem comfortable to say all sorts of things. You know, I'm doing a show, okay? But Alex Jones is a seasoned radio and information personality. Someone who is, or who was, yeah, probably what Metzger is doing a bit, going out there a bunch and spreading all that Jehovah Jireh misinformation. You keep your deity to yourself, Metzger. Oh, Quasicolado will get you. So Bill Hicks. So you're dressing the Bill Hicks, and we'll be nice to look into it.
Sure.
And the only way to tell it is from your perspective.
Right. But tell me about.
Oh, I was talking about Ben Avery. So I've seen some of his stuff, and he just goes at it. Says a bunch of whole slew of crazy things, and so he's the next Alex Jones, basically, is what I'm saying. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Ben Avery is the next Alex Jones.
Those days you were up there in Waco witnessing the smoldering ruins of this like home where I don't know how many kids were incinerated by Janet Reno. What was that like?
Well, I had just got out of high school, and Access TV started in Austin and New York.
Yeah.
They debate where it started first, like 40 or 45, whenever it was, a long time ago. And so there were all these activists that were doing their own things and shooting interviews and stuff. And I was going down there right out of high school, right as it happened, wanting to be involved. And I said, well, just get in this van with us. We're going up there.
Fuck.
And we're talking to survivors, the few they just let out of jail, and we're going out to the site, and it's still black. And they're like going, look, they say they didn't use CS tear gas, but here's the illegal canister. And
Jesus.
Wesley Clark, the former attorney general, under famous presidents, is showing up, and it's like this murder scene.
Yeah.
And they're going, yeah, the Delta Force was over here. And I'm like 18 years old hearing all this, and it was all, so people asked how I got involved. It was so exciting.
Yeah.
It wasn't watching a Marvel comic movie. It wasn't some fantasy thing.
Right.
To me, I didn't understand any of it. I was just, I wanted to get into media. I was right out of high school, and I went to some community college and stuff, but there were...
So his voice is grating, and ever since he went through this transition thing, his voice has changed, and that has happened to a lot of people who in the industry, when they get replaced by a little doppelganger, but he is sweating. So all right. So if they sweat, it's real. So Jim Carrey can't fool us any longer. That's another reason why you got to grow a beard, men. It's so that they can't doppelganger gain you. They need you freshly shaven. It's easier for them to make a mask of you. They've been scanning your face ever since Steve Jobs died. We like to look into his mysterious death, sudden death. Steve Jobs had accelerated cancer, the other kind of cancer. Why? Was it because he was testing out his iPad? Or was it because there was going to be a hostile takeover? Or was his lover getting a little upset? Oh, wow. Fisk, is that true about Jim Carrey? Yeah, it seems like yeah, maybe he would have to be like at a higher level to do shock comedy by saying the quiet part out loud. Like on the talk shows, he's always saying something about it. Interesting. Yeah, that's some wild stuff. Wow.
After that, but it was like they were teaching me like 30-year-old stuff from RTF, radio, television, film. So everybody said, go do an access show. And so I had right out of high school by 93, started taking the classes by 94, gotten on air. And we're still trying to find those original tapes. We have tapes back to 95.
Yeah, he's got I mean, yeah, Jim Carrey's been in it for a minute. Okay, he's been. But Alex Jones here. I guess it's not a mask. I guess you are real. Oh, he knows he's old. Yeah. Well, yeah, he's seen all the future possibilities about what he's about to say right now. He's just like, oh, God.
But back then, I did like a show once a month. So it was literally just me, a young kid, trying to figure out, and kind of then everybody said, oh, this guy's a great liberal because I was against the police, the military burning down a church, and I was anti-war.
Yeah.
And so I kind of got in with the cool libertarian liberals, which really don't really exist much anymore.
Right.
Because back then they were anti-war. They were all homeopathic, vitamins, anti-vaccine. And so I resonated with that whole group in Austin, which, quite frankly, I look back on it was a bunch basically like hippies.
Right, that's it.
But a lot of them had like businesses or were doctors or were
Yeah.
city council members, but they were cool liberals.
Right.
Like the old school liberals.
Liberals.
Which I don't really find a lot. But back then, liberals were pretty cool, actually.
And that's something that we've all witnessed is this bizarre mutation.
They're just called the right now. Like centrist, the right. Yeah, they're not far right, and they're definitely not Not any of that other stuff. Not non-political people. There's so many other things that you can be captured by than politics. But they are forcing it on us. Just like they would force you to eat human flesh by putting it in our food, allegedly.
Of liberals, and somehow they're now kind of into war. They like
liberals were always the guys that knew about esoteric and hallucinogens and war, and they could also shoot a gun, and they were fun, and they were like intellectuals,
right?
And then it became like cult members, bots to just nuke Russia, cut kids' dicks off.
Right. It was one of the strangest things, and I think that what probably happened there is just the evolution of the machine that you have been so talented.
Yeah, exactly.
It figured out a way to not resist,
but to co-opt its main opposition.
That's it, and it's the most sinister fucking thing.
Well, Joe always talks about it because he saw the documentary I made. When they really got the left was WTO 1999. You have 100,000 liberals out saying we're not handing over our sovereignty to the World Trade Organization, U.S. sovereignty. They were out there, and so they hired Antifa to attack the police,
right?
So they would have an excuse to arrest them,
right?
Arrest the peaceful people, and then that's where, and then the left the NGOs kind of capitulated, and then the liberal organizations just bowed down. Like the ACLU used to defend the KKK marching.
Right.
I hate the KKK, but I agree with defending them. Now they don't.
Right.
And then that was the start of that.
Right. Yeah. And you've witnessed this, and the term Orwellian, it gets used too much these days. But I think if George Orwell saw what the current surveillance state looks like,
he'd say my prediction came true.
I think he'd say, holy fuck, it would be better to live in that world that he
because then it's overt.
It's there. This shit that's happening right now is so subtle that you don't even know for sure what's real anymore. But I think most people have a sense that they're being nudged. Every time you go online, you're being nudged by the algorithm a little bit. There's, when you get around NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. You get around one of those motherfuckers.
You tell they're talking.
Right.
Obama doesn't.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Holy shit. You get a weird feeling around them.
Well, I even catch myself being hit with Ka, the Snake and Jungle Book. I'm like, I know this is bullshit, but God, it sounds good.
Yes.
You're like,
but it's a gross feeling, man.
What is happening?
I'm like, I know this is bullshit, but God, it sounds good.
Yes.
You're like,
Oh man. Oh man. This is him looking at a computer screen. Can you see that? That's him at the desk ah. I never have a knee-jerk reaction that resembles me in this that's not this spontaneous move that is ever within my scope of spontaneous things to do. He's a gooner, folks. He's a gooner.
But it's
look at his neck. Is this even Duncan? Everyone's got him. Oh my god.
I'm like, I know this is bullshit, but God, it sounds good.
yes.
You're like,
But it's a gross feeling, man. It's like when a dude puts his hand.
So Duncan Trussell has this huge neck that he's never had before. And he has to have this forced open collar. And you look and Alex Jones has the same thing. Big old open. That is for sure one button too many, sir. Okay? And maybe they have to have these big open collars to preserve the material of the neck when they turn, so they don't show like a Biden, stretch mark. Like back when Biden was president, he like scratched his neck and the mask almost came off. Oh, it's hilarious.
like,
Yeah.
I know this
All right, let's get back to it. Oh man.
is bullshit, but God, it sounds good.
Yes.
You're like,
But it's a gross feeling, man. It's like when a dude puts his hand on your leg. It's that sense of like, what the fuck are you doing? And so that's what it feels like right now going online. You're getting some kind of conditioning, whether you want it or not. Maybe it's not from a state entity, but from the corporate entity.
well, you know something key. I've been studying this stuff for 35 years, on air 32, and I have to spend a lot of brain power discerning what's real, what's not, what's twisted, and it's exhausting.
Yeah.
People that who haven't been studying this, I don't know how they deal with it, because it's. I mean, my middle daughter's really smart. She's 18, and she said to me yesterday, we went shooting bows at one of my friends' houses, just in their backyard, and she said, "Dad, are we really attacking Iran? Because I saw it on TikTok. I know there's a lot of AI."
Right.
And she's really smart about a lot of stuff. And I said, "No, honey, it's true." But I said, "But secondarily, we can't believe most of what we hear from Iran or the U.S."
Right.
So I said, "The truth is," she goes, "Well, what's happening?" And I said, "I don't know."
Oh, dude, that's scary. I was just talking to Josh about this. You know.
Yeah, and we're not going to know. We're not going to. They got the AI done just in time, okay? And now they can start their war. And they'll just. They own TikTok. So they're just going to start pumping it like Metzger.
I can't imagine what your sources are. Mine are shitty. I got 4chan, X. I just look at like what's going, like the most recent posts, and 80% of the stuff on X is AI. So you're going to see they're firebombing Tel Aviv. It's not real. None of it's real. You go to the live stream of Tel Aviv, it's fine. But
U.S. ship sunk by missile. It's AI.
It's AI. So it's pure signal
Wow.
jamming right now. We have no idea what's going on. You can't, if you go to the
Well, the first rule of intelligence is whatever you first were told isn't true.
Right. So what do you think is going on over there?
Oh, so kind of. So, okay, so that's what the intelligence says. So, Alex Jones is intelligence, is what he's saying.
We have no idea what's going on. You can't, if you go to the...
Well, the first rule of intelligence is whatever you first were told isn't true.
Right. So what do you think is going on over there? What's your analysis of this?
Well, you have to always go to original war doctrine. The Iranian war doctrine, Israel's war doctrine, the U.S. war doctrine, China's war doctrine, Russia's war doctrine, and the other parties involved like North Korea. And then out of that war doctrine, and my sources already previously had, we knew what the plan was. Decapitate.
Oh.
You know about these allergies and all.
They're taking them out. They're taking them out. Oh my God. Dude, this looks like a doppelganger, folks. I can't get it out of my mind. Okay. This is too round and I don't know. Did I already get to him? No, this is Alex Jones, but he's not talking the same. Like Chappelle.
Austin.
Yeah, I know.
I'm about sick, folks. It just causes the pollen. I'm sorry. It's driving me crazy.
Got some water.
Oh my God. Oh man. See, this is a Peter Thiel pal podcast. And now they're trying their this seems like they're trying out their doubles.
I'm all right. I got some coffee and water too. First, they need to decapitate the Iranians, Iranian leadership, then destroy their air defenses, and then destroy their main military and their.
It's really the only way that you're going to be able to know if someone is real. And the way you'll know is if they perspire. Okay? That's how you'll know if they're wearing a mask or not. So you got to make it hot. And then you'll know.
Navy. So that's pretty much happening. But Trump said,
oh God,
9 months ago in June, this is about taking out their nuclear sites. That wasn't true. That was just getting us used to this.
Right.
And so now it is about basically sleepwalking us into a full war. Now today, Trump said he may support boots on the ground. And so overall, I've been supportive of Trump because he was disruptive to the globalists. They didn't want him at first.
Yeah.
But more and more it looks like
Welcome
he's pretty
back,
much
Mark.
starting to join them. And so just like NATO and the EU sleptwalked us into war with Russia, we're being sleptwalked into full war with Iran. I think it's bad.
What happens to American presidents? What the fuck is it that happens that inevitably, no matter what they say, inevitably they just turn into the same person? They just turn into somebody who's gonna drop bombs somewhere in the Middle East.
They have the very best CIA briefers, the very best psychologists. They keep them up. They give them threats. They put this responsibility on them that there's imminent doom. And then they just know how to psychologically manipulate them.
They come to you and they're like, listen, here's the info that we've got. You can't share this with the American people, but if you don't do this, we're fucked. And that's what they do. And then you have to trust them, and maybe it's...
and it's not like the adversaries aren't horrible people. It's just that if you study the Middle East, I could go on for an hour about this, but 130 years ago, the British draw the lines. 120 years ago,
yeah,
and they do it with groups that'll fight with each other, balkanization, and then the U.S. comes in at 53 and overthrows Mossadegh, who was pro-America but didn't want to give all the oil money to him, and then they use Shiites to overthrow him and double-cross them with the Shah in. The Shah goes sideways. The CIA behind the scenes undermines Carter.
Yeah,
helps put in the Ayatollah Khomeini. Then as soon as Reagan was elected, they released hostages. They do Iran-Contra for weapons to fight communists in Central South America. So this is all declassified. Just like right before Trump got in, they overthrew Assad finally. Israel, NATO, and Turkey put the leader of al-Qaeda in charge.
Yeah,
it's just like Obama funded the Arab Spring to overthrow our allies and put the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt.
Yeah.
They, just like Israel founded Hamas in the 80s. They admit that. because they said we don't want mainline politicians that want hotels and women in bikinis. We're going to put radicals in because then we can have an enemy later. So it's a long game. It's kind of like in Dune. They say this, the slow attack penetrates the shield.
Yeah, fuck.
And so everything slow is how they do it.
Wow.
And so you can look at this one-dimensionally and say, well, 80-some% of the Iranians don't like their leadership and they're dictators, which is true. So let's just support this. But how did you set this up 47 years ago,
right?
And 80 years ago, and now what are you going to put in now? You see,
right.
So you have to look at the compendium and say the elites we have are not in a position to be doing this.
That's what it feels like. And this, to me, this is what's really interesting when you consider the sort of model of there being like, global, whatever you want to call them, oligarchs, just the people like who are giving Nancy Pelosi money. Those people will never know or hear about.
Pelosi's the number one stock trader in the world.
Number one, very talented. It's almost a miracle how good she is. But
let me see if I can fix the is it lagging for you guys? It seems to be lagging a little bit on my end. Oh, we're at 720 here. Well, let me try it again here.
Also, these people don't have full control because they fuck up all the time.
Well, that's the thing. The elites we have had very competent elites before them. They weren't perfect either. And they had very limited newspapers, radio, than TV. Now, because of information being out there, we have more incompetent elites that are 2 or 3 generations who have been inheriting all this power. So inherently, they're already weaker. Then you have more distribution of information. It's a perfect storm to bring down the establishment. So now all the big governments and corporations want surveillance. They want censorship. They want dumbing down. Well, if we're dumb, let's poison the public even more to make them under us and even dumber. And that is what got declassified a week and a half ago.
What's that?
Operation Artichoke.
Oh,
what is this?
Interesting. Okay. It's been a while since I heard Operation Artichoke. It's not quite coming up to the front of my mind, but it doesn't have something to Project Paperclip, right? Or
we knew from the 77, 76 Frank Church Committee hearings about Operation Artichoke, MK Ultra, MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Oh.
But just the basics. They declassified all of it. Tulsi Gabbard did. And in it says in 52, we're going to put poisons in the vaccines to make people dumb. We're going to put poisons in the food and water like fluoride to lower their fertility, give them cancer, make it more manageable because Americans are too informed and too smart. And it's all been declassified a week and a half ago.
Holy shit.
And like here in the documents, declassified CIA files revealed chilling blueprint to manipulate Americans' minds through covert drugging.
What the fuck?
But it actually says it right there.
Holy shit. Daily Mail, CIA mind control program, Trump. Holy shit. Chilling. What the fuck?
What is on the back of that? Are you kidding me? He draws boredom consciousness on his pages. We're seeing complete chaos on the back of a page right now. A doodle that he did while on the phone with Duncan before the interview. And out of boredom of having to hear the other person talk as he's waiting his turn, he draws in these furious ways to express his unchecked emotions. And it created a hell landscape with a flying saucer in the corner in the shape of a German star. After they destroyed the world, find a mountain in the middle of nowhere. Yep. I will be in the Rocky Mountains. But not. Sorry, I don't mean to dox you. Nice. Yep. So that's how you gotta survive it all, huh? Head to the hills. Nice, man. Yep. Wow. Yep. Gonna be in them caves. Yeah. Got to survive the fallout. I mean, that's actually that's a biohazard sign. So in the back of this page that Duncan is holding, the article that Alex Jones gave him has an image of a massive explosion and a biohazard sign on the corner, basically showing a huge atomic bomb going off.
Fuck.
And even their spin is it talks about depopulation control, but that's in Henry Kissinger's Memorandum 200 too from '73. He talks about that.
And he loves showing these articles. You know, like he won't show it to you on the internet. So he shows them, you know, by hand, like it's a little bit of a diversion. These are diversion tactics. See, hey, yeah, see, look at this, you know, like, pay no attention to this here. Oh, but here, read this thing. You know, this person said these things. And so as you're holding on to the thing, you're looking at it and then getting instructions from somebody to let you know what it is that you're holding, and you don't have time to really even read it for yourself and explore it. You're just given this information, and that's what someone with a high level of high intelligence. Well, not that is high intelligence. I mean, yes, I'm sure he has a high IQ, but that is an intelligence play. So, diversion, redirect, and create the narrative. That's how we all do it. They all do it. That's how they all do it.
Who the fuck names these things? Why do they call it artichoke?
All right. Support Duncan so he continues to do these.
Right. I just don't think people, you know,
They talk about vaccines in there.
This has got to be something really frustrating for you, and you've experienced it your whole life, I'm guessing. But I'll tell you, and I'm like, about man, but even now, you hand me this, I know there was an MK Ultra. I don't want to believe it.
I don't either. Well, it's just crazy.
Oh man, and some of the stuff that I've been reading about, even with the Mickey Mouse Club, where it's like they all underwent that type of abuse, I guess, and that maybe Mickey Mouse has this whole other meaning. Like it's almost like a symbol of an abused child. Like if you wear the Mickey Mouse ears, that almost has like this weird feeling about it.
Crazy though, because they talk about vaccines, everything in there.
I don't want to, but that's what I'm talking about. Is like built in to all of us is something where we have a knee-jerk reaction to new information like that, which is the most unscientific reaction you could have. Instant rejection.
Well, here's the deal. It's good to question things. I don't want to believe this either. I want to think other people are nice like we are, but most people are. It's that a very small, like they admit, like there's a proclivity for CEOs to be psychopaths.
Yeah.
There's a much higher, level. Maybe like whatever the number is, 1% a psychopath or less. But
yeah.
30% of them are psychopaths. I'm going from memory, but it's just the fact that they're willing to do it. They gravitate to those positions.
That's where people like us stop. They talk about, Bohemian Grove, the secret societies, the initiations. I don't doubt there's ritualistic initiations in the upper echelons. But there's like a primary barrier, which is, I think if you aren't a sociopath, if you aren't fine blowing people up, killing people, even if it's in a secondary or tertiary way, just being involved in some way with blowing people up, you're not going to get access.
Well, that's why gangs and criminal organizations do rites of passage initiations.
Right.
And take Bohemian Grove. They admit it's real. Last week, they leaked the list of members from a year. And I want to be clear. I stuck at Bohemian Grove.
That's what I've been saying. That they leaked the list, and Conan O'Brien was in it. And Conan O'Brien was having the Christmas party where the Reiners were before they died. I think Jim Carrey knows something about Conan.
That's right.
It's a low-level thing. It's high-level elites, but it's not. Kid Rock admitted he went there, and he said, "Yeah, they asked me to come sing. I was a guest, and they kind of got weird, and I told them, screw you." But it's mainly a bunch of Republicans who are kind of stuck up and insecure, and it's kind of a gay thing.
It's disappointing, isn't it, when you realize that, man, you snuck in there. I think you're the first person who snuck into the Bohemian Grove. Then somebody else made it in a kayak, got up to the owl. Then you realize that owl, it's just like fiberglass. It's fiberglass.
Yeah. So
it's like a putt-putt owl. You look at the pictures, you want it to be, I don't want it to be.
You want to be like metal or stone or something.
I want it to be a stone. I want it to be granite. I don't want it to be like they threw together some shabby thing.
What was that?
Yeah, and Mark's here saying that he can filter water, and with the right tools, he can produce his own electricity too. That's great, man. Yep. Yeah, you gotta. If you guys haven't gone back to basics yet, don't got much time. Duncan Trussell's already whittling wood, thinking that he's a carpenter. Trying to get ready for the apocalypse. It was fun while it lasted, folks, but oh, it's about to come crashing down. It's about to come crashing down. And we will be here to broadcast every moment. No, we are in it, folks. This is all part of it. It's over. No, it's just begun. It has only just begun.
So I'm the guy that in 2000 snuck in there, and sure enough, they did a Canaanite, mock human sacrifice ritual. And then I came out, and then the media spun it like I said they were killing kids in there. They do a mock human sacrifice. And then now I explain, no, I don't think everybody that's there is actually part of a Satanism. It's kind of a feeder group into the Republicans to compromise people with sex.
That's what I've heard.
They do a few rituals. People go, oh, now he's covering up for him. No, I said at the time. So I said 25 years ago, I said, I saw Clint Eastwood. I saw Danny Glover. And it turned out they were guests, totally innocent, no big deal, because you have like 1,000 members, 1,000 guests. So just because you go to Bohemian Grove, it's like going to a P. Diddy party doesn't mean you're P. Diddy.
Right, exactly.
So,
And a lot less fun than a P. Diddy party. I've heard it's like a shitty prom. I heard it's like you go there, just a bunch of old people putting on a crappy theater show. I know there's the cremation of care looks sinister. The owl looks fucking sinister and scary. And I think what you just said earlier is really interesting. Mm-hmm. You're like, it's, I don't think they're sacrificing people. Now, you say that. Some contingent of your audience is like...
Let's see if I can get rid of some of this lag. Man. To make sure I'm... Might have to bring it down.
Clones. I don't know.
What did you say, Josh?
I'll do it here.
Why would you...
Oh, skipped ahead here. Shoot. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this because, and I'm really curious about your thoughts on the spiritual component of what's happening technologically and what's happening with the UFO disclosure, and because it seems like
this is a good one.
Damon.
Yeah,
Which is a true story. It's very
getting transmissions from gay summer camp, but there's a part of me a little disappointed in the sense that isn't there something in us that wants to see or wants proof that in fact there are upper echelons within which they're still doing the old stuff, the Babylonian stuff. It still exists.
Well, in the ritual, they have the Babylonian, the Canaanite, Faustian, they put European in it. It is an occultic ritual, and some of the people are taking it very serious.
Okay.
So they say it's a gateway. That's just a gateway to it.
Well, what's the next gate?
I was only in there 5 hours, and so I don't know. But I know Helmut Schmidt, who was the German chancellor in West Germany, wrote a book called Men in Power's Political Retrospective that I got. It's like a rare book on Amazon. And in it, he said, we do our own rituals, Uritic rituals in Germany.
I have a theory that, these Anunnaki, these, interdimensional time travelers, they got a line with them, and they're the ones with that watch, almost this thing that looks like a compass and a watch. Oh wow, yeah, he's holding the tail of a beast man here too. But I always wondered if that watch, if it had some kind of plasma technology, where you actually had to, it said that Christ had to show the holes in his hand, and their watch has this strange design that looks like a something that you like a lemon squeezer. Can't see. There's not a picture of it. Here we are. And they're holding this, this kind of a basket, and then they had this thing to dip. And I wonder if that was something where they would wear it on their wrist, and then with their hand, they would basically break bread. So you'd actually have to like cut your hand, and then it would go in there. Right? I don't know. Maybe not. Not that I think about that kind of stuff all the time, but I just saw that and I'm like, I wonder if it's this potion bag or something, because they probably got really weird with it. They didn't have Nancy Pelosi telling you, stop doing that. That's gross. So I think there's something more to this than some kind of sundial. It could tell them like what dimension they're in, or I don't know. Pretty cool stuff, though. But yeah, apparently there's news that came out that Leonardo DiCaprio had a lot of jerky. And I think Jim Carrey knew that Jack Nicholson probably did too, allegedly. He made a joke about how he did an impression of Jack Nicholson, and the example that he gave, or what he said, was, I can't believe I ate the whole thing, or something, in the Jack Nicholson way. I have no Jack Nicholson. But I wonder if he was referring to these cannibalistic ways that these people seem to be part of.
My favorite place to do them is in Northern California. And we know that Mark Twain founded it, and it was more of an artist retreat.
Sure.
And then it got taken over by William Howard Taft and stuff by 1900. And so then the Republican kind of Masons took it over.
Okay, but this is, I don't remember which interview you said this, or it might have been on your show, but you did say something once that was really quite chilling to me, and I think about it from time to time.
Sorry to hear that, Wizard.
Wonder about it.
About
Forgive
the property.
me, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically you put out there this idea that a lot of these like people are actually getting transmissions from entities. Like they're taking ayahuasca, DMT. They're taking these psychedelics that hippies like us have been taking for positive reasons, but they're taking them and meeting beings inside of whatever that space.
Absolutely. Well, I was about to say, I was only in Bohemian Grove 4 or 5 hours.
Right.
And there wasn't a cultic ritual at the center of it, but I've studied it since then. And, Kid Rock went. Most people are guests that don't know. It's like a test to see.
Right.
It's very overtly homosexual because it's all male. In the little town next door, I've been there a couple times to cover it since, not inside. It's literally high-end hookers everywhere. So they have females outside. So it's just like inside, I wouldn't say the whole thing is just gay. It's
But it's all dudes. I mean, women are not allowed in the
it's
Bohemian
all dudes.
Grove.
But separate from that, Skull and Bones, the CIA, pedophilia, the Epstein stuff, that's in the emails. Flat out Satanism, flat out,
Right.
hardcore occultism.
Right.
And so that definitely goes on. I mean, Charlotte Iserby's dad was in Skull and Bones. She's the one that leaked, their actual documents when he was dying of cancer. And Anthony Sutton, the Senate archivist who wrote the books about it. And they lay in coffins for days trying to be possessed by entities. What you see in The Good Shepherd produced, and he's also in it by Robert De Niro with Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Which is a true story. It's very accurate. Where they're bathing in feces.
Wait.
Books about it. And they lay in coffins for days trying to be possessed by entities.
What
you see in The Good Shepherd produced.
The Good Shepherd.
He's also in it by Robert De Niro with Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Which is a true story. It's very accurate. Where they're bathing in feces and all these old men are urinating on them and the guys dressed like the devil doing all this stuff. That's one small part of the ritual. And they lay in coffins for days trying to have a god enter them. So that's
oh my
very
God.
occultic.
And it mirrors.
Oh my God. And that's what they're doing with being on top of Marina Abramovich was on top of a bunch of bull carcasses or something, and she had to separate the meat. Yeah, I'm sure that they were just animal remains that you were tearing off the bones of. Ooh.
Dressed like the devil doing all this stuff. That's one small part of the ritual. And they lay in coffins for days trying to have a god enter them. So that's very occultic.
And it mirrors the Masonic first degree initiation, right? Don't you go into a coffin and they pull you out of a coffin? They're really into coffins. They're really into this kind of bizarre resurrection or
rebirth,
something.
yeah.
Rebirth. But yeah, so I'm interested in this because what I've been saying lately I said on Twitter too, is you're having a great month, man. Cuz
wow. So what if the rebirth thing, pushing rebirth is a way to keep you trapped on Earth, which is basically purgatory, and it's the incubation of the heavenly beings that can eventually go to those other lands. And I don't know where I was going with that. Let me take that back.
I'm interested in this because what I've been saying lately on
Oh yeah. So yeah, exactly. Earth is Satan's kingdom. So with the idea of reincarnation, it's to keep you basically trapped here on Earth. And that's why some say that you gotta not go towards the light, because that brings you back on Earth as a reincarnated being, and you actually gotta go towards the dark, to the void, which will then get you out to the other side. Then you can go back and exist where you came from. Otherwise, you'll keep repeating that Earth cycle of birth, death, and reincarnation until you figured it out. And you got to be, that's why they have Buddha. Okay. Buddha was one that figured it out. Jesus was one who, who figured it out. And there's people that, I mean, it seems that that's what those like, carcasses, or not what are those Egyptian, what are they called, carcasses or something, where they put you in there, basically like a coffin. But I wonder if that's just this way to maybe it's a way to not have your spirit come back or something. I don't know. Do you think that there's something negative that happens to you if you are cremated when you die, or nothing happens and everything's fine, or is there some kind of memory that happens, and then even though it's this millisecond, it lasts for an eternity in your non-existence, and so it actually feels like you're burning alive for eternity instead of being nice and snuggled up in a coffin and for like 2 weeks, and then they dig you up and then take you out and just dump you in the hole, and then they take the coffin out and resell it. And you're like, nice, getting eaten by the worms, which is nature's way. Or you ignore the light and stay here as a ghost until you're ready to face it.
I've been saying, I said on Twitter too, it's like, you're having a great month, man. Because like this month, so many of the things that you've said, people have rolled their eyes at, the Epstein files, the UAP, all of a sudden, like, the normies are having to face facts that a lot of the shit that people like you've been saying for a long time is not batshit. We've got like the UAP stuff coming out. We have like high-ranking officials saying these are not aliens. They're hyperdimensional entities, spiritual in nature. Some of them dangerous, which is just a fancy way of saying demons.
No.
And so yeah, I'm really curious about this because and I'm really curious about your thoughts on the spiritual component of what's happening technologically and what's happening with the UFO disclosure, and because it seems like at some point the two things just merge into one thing.
Well, it is. So
Duncan's doing pretty good.
My dad was a huge, still is alive, addict of reading. And so he had science fiction, history books, everything else. He wouldn't buy me a bike. He wouldn't buy me anything. By the time I was like 12, I had to go get a job to get it. But if I wanted like encyclopedias back then, you're the same age, like for Time Life books, the Wild West, World War I, World War II.
They're talking about worms right now?
He'd buy, so I had all these encyclopedias.
Yeah.
So in between, running around doing sports, I would read that voraciously. So I got interested kind of in a base of knowledge that kind of gave me a launch point as I got a little bit older. But you were asking...
I'm talking about, yeah, man, I'm saying...
Did I miss something? Oh. He slipped up? Did he say his dad is still alive? When he's not? This might be a doppelganger, folks. He looks like he's really struggling hard to remember his life. Why is it so difficult for you, Alex Jones? You shouldn't have to look so far into your AI earpiece giving you your AI summary of Alex Jones to say back. This sounds like ChatGPT. Yeah, exactly. It's Bill Hicks. His dad's Bill Cooper. Wow. Oh, and you're saying Bill Hicks's dad is still alive? He's like, oops,
things just merge into one thing.
Well, it is. So, I mean, I have studied. My dad was a huge, still is alive, addict of reading, and
So still is it alive?
my dad was a huge, still is alive.
Into one thing.
Well, it is.
So now he's going to tug on his mask.
I mean, I have studied.
He's trying to slow it down, slow down the AI script in his earpiece. What are you doing?
So, I mean, I have studied.
It doesn't even look weird. It looks natural for him. I can't even take a screenshot of this because it'll look like it's an AI phantom finger. You look like an AI generated mistake, Alex Jones. Has your father ever said that you're an AI mistake? Wow.
My dad was a huge, still is alive.
Oh, still is alive, huh? Yeah, this is like an inner teleprompter look. But again, this is with Duncan Trussell, so they could probably just have a teleprompter that he's reading, and Duncan's just giving these like softball questions.
I've studied
thing.
Well, it is. So, I mean, I have studied. My dad was a huge, still is alive, addict of reading.
So still is alive, addict of reading. So he's saying, what are some facts about my life? Is my dad alive yet or not? What was the Hey, ChatGPT. What is Alex's history? Your best friend, Bill Hicks. That's how I sign off on all of my AI requests. I go, oh wow, thank you so much. This has been so helpful. Bill Hicks. Yours truly. Wow, deep tug with no turgor. Wow. Now I am happy that they are going full open color, because they might have heard my previous stream when I kind of went into the this whole collar thing. These high collars, and you wear them over your neck like this, and you start turning your neck. That's how you get that nasty old turkey neck. You're stretching your skin constantly and going back and forth, and so it's just rubbing. They wonder why their neck looks like Alex Jones' forehead. Have you seen McConaughey's neck lately? He'll be going full Pauly Shore in a moment, wearing a bandana around his neck. The way that McConaughey's neck is looking like Alex Jones, Bill Hicks' forehead. Alex Jones' forehead. This is a good episode.
I have studied. My dad was a huge, still is alive, addict of reading. And so he had science fiction, history.
Good catch, Wizard.
He wouldn't buy me a bike. He wouldn't buy me anything. By the time I was like 12, I had to go get a job to get it. But if I wanted like encyclopedias back then, you're the same age, like for Time Life books, the Wild West, World War I, World War II, the occult, whatever he'd buy. So I had all these encyclopedias.
Yeah.
So in between, running around doing sports, I would read that voraciously. So I got interested kind of in a base of knowledge that kind of gave me a launch point as I got a little bit older. But you were asking.
I'm talking about, man. I'm saying like at some point.
Oh, how do I know about that stuff? So if you study, because my dad was into the occult, the whole house was full of books, the attic was full of books, the garage was full of books, but we probably had like 20 books, and you'd say, what are these? Because it'd be like Zbigniew Brzezinski's books and None Dare Call Conspiracy, Gary Allen, about all this stuff. But there was like a whole couple shelves of
Thank you. Muted there. Sorry about that. I was saying, you're right with the lines on the neck could be part of the mask too, and that's another reason why they wouldn't want to wear those tight collar shirts, be messing up their mask material. Oh my God, you're right. I was, and I did it, and I repeated it verbatim. I felt like a stand-up comic saying the same thing over and over as if I said it for the first time.
Of what's this? He goes, "Oh, that's a translation from Arabic out of King Solomon to the Keys of King Solomon."
He had the fucking Lesser Keys of Solomon. Your dad had grimoires.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Look at his neck. Look at his neck, and he's not even bending that far back to even constitute for that type of fold, for this type of mass to acquire this need to congregate and fold like that. Like that is, yeah, exactly. Very Gooner, like constantly looking up at his Gooner screen. But that is, I've never seen a neck do that. That, it looks like he's got a mouth, like a little, or he's growing one of those little goblins. What are they called? Where you like grow your own demon. Yeah, we got let's see if I can pull it up here. This is if this this right here sums up Duncan Trussell. So now this sums up Jason Too Many Banners Burmess. Okay. When he sees those Kurt Metzger trending numbers. But let me show you Duncan Trussell here. See if I can find it. Okay, I think this is it. Yep. Okay. Now, is that showing up? Did that completely take over even my own screen here? Get thee behind me, you gooner. Look at that. Oh my God. Hey! His hands are like on a keyboard. He's bent like this. He's got a vagina neck. Like some people have turkey necks. He's got a vagina neck. I mean, look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get over here. Oh, I can't even. I feel like I'm Super Mario Brothers 3. I went behind the scene at the ending. How do I? Man, I'll have to do it from the original. Can't do it on the. But that is Gooner.
Yeah,
Dude.
Yeah, like Grand Grimoires and stuff.
That is crazy.
Yeah, so he's like, well, this is in the Bible, and so.
Okay, so just from seeing these necks, and just from what if this was a Palantir party, popping their collars for Palantir, Peter Thiel, and they're using their new mask technology, and they're in this room testing it out. Oh man.
Solomon, got into it, but I'm like 10 years old. He goes, go ahead and read it if you want.
What the fuck? You don't let your kid read that?
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I was bored. I was posting shit out of the Lesser Key of Solomon on formerly Twitter, and a lot of occult people are like, that's real smart, Duncan, posting that. That's real smart posting Arvamex or whatever their fucking names are. People are really take that shit quite seriously, obviously. I mean, this to me is...
Yeah, my dad even told me, he goes, it's not a publisher of this. These particular books, he goes, these are the actual real ones.
God damn.
Yeah. So, but he wanted me to be knowledgeable, so that's why I did that.
Wow.
So you asked the question, yeah, my dad was like, but now I asked about them, because the whole house is full of books. So I'm like, what are these?
So here I'm sorry, Alex. Here's where we're at right now, though, and these are things that you've pointed out. You've pointed out how
his neck is too thick for his body, like, and that's why there's this forced need to fold his collar. Like, there is something going on with Duncan Trussell's neck. This might be a Peter Thiel face mask. Got him. We got another. Oh my God. Put it in the slideshow. Never go on a show with your eyes closed, folks. Okay? Please open your eyes when you're communicating with me. I need to see your eyes. Never trust anyone who covers their eyes with their eyelids. Eyeglasses are okay, but the eyelids using the flesh of the devil, to cover those soul catchers. I need to see the light.
Full of books. So I'm like, what are these?
So here I'm sorry, Alex. Here's where we're at right now, though, and these are things that you've pointed out. You've pointed out how, I mean, we've played this on the podcast. And I don't want to play it because I don't want to get a copyright strike, and I feel like with you on, they're going to be super strict with me.
Don't you know it?
Do you remember what was it on the View?
I watched one Rogan clip. Man, they hit you. Just one little Rogan. Got all sensitive because my screenshots. And then said, well, fine, since you're making fun of me, I'm just going to strike you. That is insane. I was watching I don't think I was watching it. I don't think I was watching live, but it was pretty recent.
View, wasn't it? Not the View. Or Ellen.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember when? I can't remember her fucking name.
And Ellen DeGeneres been in the files, and apparently it's saying that she's a prolific cannibal, allegedly. And Anne Heche, her ex-wife, maybe she snacked on her, allegedly. And maybe the DJ found out about it. And then maybe she had to take care of her DJ from the show, allegedly. And maybe P. Diddy told him just to get him to the party.
kind of casually admits that she uses Korean foreskins.
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock casually mentions using Korean.
So you're saying that Duncan Trussell might have a dislocated shoulder? That people with dislocated shoulders have that kind of neck thing? Okay. Interesting.
Baby foreskin as a skin cream. Have you ever seen that?
Yes, I have.
Now, when you see something like that, you realize that what you're looking at
It's lesser magic.
it's witchcraft.
They're telling you what they're doing.
But
But not only are they doing witchcraft, it's witchcraft who tell you.
What do you mean?
That's the lesser magic. When they tell you, then they corrupt you in it.
By telling you they've corrupted you.
By telling you about it.
What the fuck? How does that work? I get it though, right? Because now you're complicit or something. Like,
Well, it's just they're softening up like prediction program. But just you were asking how I know that.
They're bragging. That was a quote on. Like, why are they releasing the Epstein files? It's not disclosure. They're bragging about it. Oh, P. Diddy is Kanye. Ooh, that would make sense why he's wearing that burqa bag over his face. They must be trying out some kind of new like vocal patch technology, because you can get AI voices to go pretty well, and so if you have something connected to your throat, I bet you could harmonize in the key of Kanye. I mean, Kanye is like Kanye sounds like CIA, Kanye, CIA. But yeah, they man. If you want to there's a music video, that Kanye music video of all those mannequins, naked mannequins on the bed, and it was all these famous people like Taylor Swift and Kardashian, a couple other people. Either those are the lookalikes or the masks, or those are the real people that were actually offed, and then they've been replaced. It's like Katy Perry in there. If not, she needs to be. They've been trying to get rid of Katy Perry for a long time. Even Jeff Bezos couldn't get rid of Katy Perry and that flimsy door. They were hoping that when Katy Perry is doing her little thing with MK Monarch, with her Monarch album release, that should be sucked out in the vacuum of space with that flimsy door that Jeff Bezos purposely put on there. It's like he almost was able to have a huge catastrophic event and get rid of some of the most annoying women at the same time. And for whatever reason, that those canvas door that he had for his space capsule somehow stayed on, and they did not fall out. They did not fall out. I call it the Bezos bosom. They remained in Bezos's bosom. Now, what about this? Now, what about that they actually paid to be sent to the breakaway civilization, and then they bring back the lookalikes. Because you can't tell me that Elon Musk put one of his roadsters up in space.
To give you knowledge for alchemy or for power, and then in the early ones like give us gold, and then like give me a kid, and
always,
and so it's always give. So I already knew about all this stuff.
So it goes from gold to children, or they just start worshiping the wrong kind. Like gold has its limitations. And that's why it's supposed to be this finite and sacred ceremony, because you could only really tap in if you had gold. But then since they'll settle for blood, you get a twisted and distorted demonic transmission. That they didn't build the old world with any of that kind of stuff. They were probably tapping into something for sure, creating those synagogues and temples, but it was more in harmony. But we were talking about materials at one point, and apparently you were saying that the Pharaoh with Moses in Egypt said that they're putting human remains. They threw some of the slaves in it. Because I was thinking that maybe there's some kind of blood ritual that happens, and with that being mixed in with the materials, it might be able to react to some type of resonating machine, a resonator, that then is what basically forms these cymatic patterns that create shape, and then you can basically create a structure as it rises out of the ground, but it's from this plasma material. Oh, gold has high conductivity, electromagnetic frequency. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, 2025 lab in Ontario, Canada, they were growing babies. I saw something on Instagram saying that, and the guy's like, yeah, we can clone. Yeah, we can do that. And she's like, really? Well, I mean, how soon could I get one? Well, it takes 2 years, but yeah, we can do it. Yeah. I think he said full grown. It's like The Island, folks. Have you seen Hidden Amaruka's take on The Island? Oh wait, no, it's not Hidden. It's the Mind Unveil guy. Is that what it's called? Mind Unveil. He did the Hollywood New, I think, about The Island. Oh, you just watched it? Mind Unveiled, yeah. Now, did you watch the Mind Unveiled or did you watch the Island? Yeah, I haven't finished the Mind Unveiled one. I have not yet seen the movie, but he does a really good job. That's a good recommendation. And I don't suppose you saw it too. You know, that was a 333 episode of his. Let's see if I can pull it up. And I paid a little homage to Mind Unveil. So, oh man, he did 333. So 33333. All right. And 3 movies were covered on the video. Nice. And I was able to. Now, I do not recommend looking at your own page. Okay, talk about never being able to use a thumbnail again. I have overused my thumbnails, folks. But I got one really close. Now, you guys have to understand, this was last night, okay? 300 views at 33331. Now, please understand, this is a stream, okay? So I don't get to just clip and edit however, wherever I want. I had to, by the time I hit end broadcast, so that was very close. So that was my Mind Unveil homage to his 33333. I was just 2 seconds away. Almost got it. So thank you for last night. Thanks for hanging out last night too. Had a blast. Did we watch this last night? I must have watched this last night after the stream. No, I think we did, didn't we? Oh no, it was the Michael Malice. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, we were doing the Epstein upload of the consciousness. That's what it was. Okay. So. Yeah. It's a good page. Who recommended this? I think Jan recommended this one. That's a good one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yep. Uploaded content. So yeah. Oh, folks, look at. So now you see the little sacred eye. Let me pull up a photo that I acquired. And this just happened today, folks. Just today. It looks as though all right, Gooner. Let me swap out the pictures here. It looks as though we've got let's see if I can find it. It's on the downloads. Looks like Theo Vaughn here. Oh God. Well, let me press play and find the video. I was just gonna show you a video or a photo of Theo Vaughn throwing up the threes. No, I got to find that. It'd be perfect. All right, let me take this page off here and let's play this. But yeah, we should have been taking a look at the Hollywood one from Mind Unveiled. That was a good one.
And understood it. And my dad spent as much time thinking about nuclear power and how politics works and Sabrina Brzezinski and all this stuff. And so my parents never told me what to do. They were just kind of priming me or whatever. And so then as I got older, I studied all this. And we know with our eyesight, like Elon Musk talked about this, they can hook you up with wires. The blind can see now, basically.
Right.
But they can hook a normal person that has normal sight. Your eyes are getting all these electromagnetic fields, all these other types of light. But because you couldn't handle seeing all of this, your brain limits it down.
You can't handle seeing this.
Basically, that's when we say it's spiritual. I forget who said it. It's been said many times that 200 years ago, a cell phone would be magic or a calculator.
Right.
Magic is just something we don't understand yet.
Right. Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Isaac Asimov. It's like
Isaac Asimov. Exactly. Yeah. So what is that, like the Foundation series or whatever? But yeah, or whatever he said it. So exactly. So we see a very narrow spectrum, and also our cerebral cortex does the same thing with our subconscious and unconscious because it's so powerful. We wouldn't be able to operate because it's so huge.
Right.
So it's a narrow focus, kind of like when you ask a Chat GPT something and it spits out an answer. That's not all a Chat GPT.
Chat GPT. So he's using a Chat GPT earpiece, like Kamala Harris and all of her public speaking. She was listening to an earpiece the whole time, being fed lines. And I'd said earlier that maybe he's using a ChatGPT in the ear, and he just said the quiet part out loud. That's my favorite breaking news slogan. Now, I got some footage here, folks. So, Mind Unveiled had done a 3-3-3-3-3 episode 3 days ago. Oh! 3 days ago. You're welcome. All right. And then last night's stream was 3-3-3-3-1. Almost did it. But here's something I found interesting. This is from Theo Vaughn, folks. This is breaking footage of Theo Vaughn. So he is officially based. Now, does that mean anything to anybody? Is that a symbol of anything? Okay. And Theo Von has shared that he is concerned about his life. Now, granted, he has actually been looking different. He's been looking thicker. The thicker version has been around for a bit. He's wearing the fatigue pants and jumping around at all the fights, trying to be seen out in public, but in a masked thing. And there was that one incident where somebody had come up to him, and Theo Von pushed him against and threw him, and it seemed very out of character for Theo Von. Well, maybe that guy was like trying to pull at his mask, see if it was actually Theo Von, because it doesn't quite look like him either. Maybe they got him. And here's another one with his handler. So now he's throwing up the deuces, the double threes. And if that wasn't enough, what would be the other symbol? What would be the other symbol? And I'm going to give you guys a second to guess. If he's doing this, what do you think another symbol would be that he would be doing? Along these lines. That's right, folks. He is going left eye. Yep. Covering the eye. Exactly. I mean, you ain't interviewing Joaquin Phoenix and walking out with both of your eyes intact. Okay, he's going to need some energy juice for his next role. So, So, Theo Von, it was somewhat fun while you're around. I was never much into Theo Von. You seemed like you kind of came up with clever things on the spot, I guess. Kind of talking like an inbred, but with his super old father, maybe Maybe he was adopted by some creepy old man that later wanted to marry him. Like Woody Harrelson or Woody Allen. Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's all about the eyes, right? And the left is slightly different. They're showing us to look for in the eyes. They're showing us to look for in their eyes. Yep. Yep. And what it is too is they're kind of bragging about how they can just show it right in front of you that that this is the swapped out version of Theo Vaughn. Because if they were to do that to and they all look the same too. They all have just kind of like this kind of thickness to them. Same thing with Selena Gomez. Her voice has changed too. Alex Jones's voice has changed. Oh, here is the one that. Oops. That's gross. Oh. Left hand trying to put in the side there. Now, I mean, I don't even know the guy's name, but I feel like this was somebody else. That one actor who what is this? I've got some Jim Carrey coverage. I kind of maybe I'll do it this weekend. I might do an afternoon show on the weekends, where I do more portrait mode coverage, a little bit more in the realm of Instagram and YouTube Shorts. We'll see. I don't know, but there's stuff that I'm uncovering. Because you guys, Jim Carrey's got a Batman connection. Okay? And you know the other people who have had connections to Batman. Matthew Perry, who died, who had Batman everywhere. And Val Kilmer, who just recently died. And he had a Batman mask on just a day or two, or maybe the same week that he died, with that Cho guy. The Facebook artist. So he has a Batman connection. I'm wondering if he's doing because there's that video that came out with him saying, "Do I have your attention yet?" And it said 2027. And then it showed the back of him in front of sitting at a makeup mirror. It looked awfully like Joker. I wonder if he's going to be playing Joker in the new Batman, or revising his Riddler role. But the way that they're doing these Batmans all the time, and how it seems to be connected with the homicides of famous actors or other people, it almost seems like you have to do something in order to be part of the film, be part of the production. You need to ask Christopher Nolan about what craft services had to come up with for Leonardo DiCaprio. I think that's what startled Jonah Hill. I told you that a few weeks back, Jonah Hill told the story of how he had met the director. Oh, who's that director? Martin Scorsese. They met in a hotel with Leonardo DiCaprio at the Beverly Hills Hilton, or what were they doing in the hotel room? Together with Jonah Hill and Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio. And Martin sure is nice to Leo. No, they get appointed for the roles they play. Yeah. I mean, what is that? That's like the mask disconnecting from the lips a bit. So yeah, kind of like make sure it's connected. I mean, you guys seen it 100 times. I'm not going to play it, but we got to look into the Batman thing. There's something about Batman, folks. Something about it. And apparently anyone who does a documentary about child trafficking ends up dying. Apparently Anne Heche, Paul Walker, Anthony Bourdain were all working on documentaries regarding human trafficking and pedophilia. And they all died. And then when that child sex trafficking movie came out with it was like that privately funded movie or Christian based movie with Cavill, or the guy who played Jesus, Passion of the Christ, with I think what's his face produced it. Yeah. Anyway, whoever directed the Passion of the Christ and Braveheart, Mel Gibson, thank you. Celebrity talk. Sorry, folks. We're doing celebrity talk for a second. Just for a second. I was just trying to show you that Jim Carrey might have a Batman connection, and Batman was a billionaire, and he protected the criminals. He protects the criminals. Interesting. That's deep. How do you mean? I do like seeing those little videos talking about Dark Knight and how Batman and the Joker were like just reflections of each other. And even the film, they had them doing the same type of scenes and almost the same lines. It's like, where is Harvey Dent? Where is Harvey Dent? And then, but before Bruce Wayne was in there, he's like, okay, where's Harvey Dent? The part, you know. And then Batman dropping that guy off of the building, breaking his legs. And then the Joker did the same to. So they are one.
The answer. So cerebral cortex only telling you one small thing. And so,
yeah, he was the Riddler. Yep. So yeah, he might revise his Riddler role in 2027, or he might be coming out with The Mask 2, or he might be there might be another Joker. God forbid there'd be another fucking Joker. I can't handle these Batman movies, so it makes me think that there's something way different about it. Okay. That it actually means that they are wearing these Batman masks while they abuse children on the island. That they paint themselves in Joker face while they abuse these children and have them drugged on psychedelics to make them look like, gods. So there's something with the Batman thing.
So studying all the ancients and myself, then going on and reading about different cultures, and all the ancient cultures basically saying the same story. it was the same story over and over again. And so basically,
and same thing with Ben Affleck and the Twilight guy.
The so-called elites don't want us to know about this because the devil's biggest trick, called the devil, is that he not that he doesn't exist, but that good doesn't exist, but also that he doesn't exist so that you don't even know this is going on. That's the occult means darkness,
right?
When actually they're, quote, into the light knowing. And so they call themselves the Illuminati, but actually they want you in the dark. But they're in the light, so it's like special forces can see in the dark, you can't,
oh, dude.
And you're dead. And so with that understanding, I realized that it's not just in our light spectrum, but all our DNA is electrochemical.
Yes, thank you. It reminds you of the Scarecrow. Exactly. I was trying to remember the name. Yes. So spray the thing, and then you put, and they're like all, like, oh wait, yeah, and they're probably all tied up anyways, and or they do it in a padded room, like what Val Kilmer was in before he died. He was putting on a Batman mask, so they might just drug up a kid, put him in a padded room deep in somebody's house, like in a hidden door, because it was a smaller door that they had to crouch under, and there was a window displayed to watch. Let's try to pull it up here. And everyone is like deteriorating super fast. Like, have you seen Christina Applegate? Oh my God, this is so bright. All right, so here he is, wearing what looks like a blood-splattered Batman mask in a padded room. Whoa, that looks like this looks like what Selena Gomez new body double looks like. But Val Kilmer too, he was Batman. And let's see if there's some footage here. Nope. Oh my God, that's so bright. Wow. Woo. Now you know why I wear the glasses, folks. I can't handle this. The computer light. Too bright for me. I need the sun. But all the TMZ and all these people compiled this thing as, so this is his last post. And same thing with, oh God, what's happening? Okay, I have it on mute, and look at
Chemical.
and there's Batman art too, and Batman art was part of Epstein's collection. Epstein collected Batman art. So there's a lot of weird stuff that... See, there's the Batman art. There's that Cho guy. I forgot his name, like Matthew Cho or something. And you can see the padded room, the door. That's a small door they have to crawl under. And it almost surprised him that he was filming. He was like, wait, what? Where are you filming? Yeah, all the movies. Oh man, I remember. I used to love the Batman animated series too. That was so good. They need to eat. It's what the Bible told us. Wow. When they go down in the underground cities, they can't live in the sunlight. When they die, they go underground. Wow. Wild stuff.
Transceiver. Even Princeton and a bunch of other universities now have special spectrometers and stuff and devices that register the ultra low frequency waves coming off humans. Everybody, we now...
Let's back it up a little bit here. To terrify them more too. Wow. For the adrenochrome, yep. Yeah, exactly. So they wear the mask to scare them, to get their adrenaline going. Ooh, man, that's some sick shit. Sick shit.
When actually they're, quote, into the light, knowing, and so they call themselves the Illuminati, but actually they want you in the dark. But they're in the light, so it's like special forces can see in the dark. You can't.
Oh, dude.
And what they're doing now, apparently, they can clone these people. All right, so they're cloning, and they're cloning babies. Now get this, they can clone someone within 2 years, and with just like a skin graft. And imagine then growing like a version of you, or of your own child. I don't know if it can go, I don't know if it's full grown after 2 years. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. Maybe it takes 2 years to make infant size. But then they grow. They basically kill your baby, and then take its DNA, clone it, and then abuse the clone over and over again, and you have to watch it. So it's a clone of your own baby that they had already, and so they just, that's why he's into all the science and they're trying to do that, but they're also learning how to get these kids in this like chaotic state, and It's real sick. Real sick.
And you're dead. And so, with that understanding, I realized that it's not just in our light spectrum, but all our DNA is electrochemical transceiver. Even Princeton and a bunch of other universities now have special spectrometers and stuff and devices that register the ultra low frequency waves coming off humans, everybody. We now know it's in plants, it's in animals, it's how butterflies that were laid eggs in Canada can fly all the way to central Mexico. It's how hummingbirds, born in Texas can fly to Guatemala.
Right.
It's an electrochemical connection to the planet, the universe, all living things. It's like Yoda saying, everything's connected. It's true, the Force.
Right.
Not in a Star Wars sense, but you can't pick up X-wings, but it's all there. And that's why they drug us. That's why they put the fluoride in the water.
Fuck.
And that's what I was told by. Also, I got a lot of insiders like. As I got more into this, when I was on the air 30-something years ago, I got a big show right away. There weren't many big shows. So I got to interview the General Stubblebines. They made a movie, Men Who Stare at Ghosts, make a joke about it. No, they broke through. They killed goats with their minds. They saw through walls. They did all that stuff.
Right.
And he was explaining that, no, they decided it was him and others. Dr. Nick Begich, whose dad was a famous congressman, brother, a senator, studied it too, and they decided that's why they dropped Mind Wars in about 1990, because they found too many people that already had these abilities. They could boost them, but they usually resonated towards good and were uncontrollable. So they went instead and said no, because they're.
Let's take that back a little bit here too, because he's talking about the men who stare at goats. We just took a look at that at Hacked Headlines, which I still think that's an AI talking. I don't know if that's I didn't know a girl could sound so robotic. They just act like one. But let's take that back. And it said, Alex says this, he said this near the end.
Minds. They saw through walls. They did all that stuff.
Right.
And he was explaining that no, they decided it was him and others. Dr. Nick Begich, whose dad was a famous congressman, brother, a senator, studied it too, and they decided that's why they dropped Mind Wars in about 1990, because they found too many people that already had these abilities. They could boost them, but they.
Oh, Isaac Cappy was the one who said that about Jim Carrey. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's definitely something with Jim Carrey where, because again, he's on the shows. He's like, doing that whole thing. He's like, oh, like you don't know what it is, and they're just like, oh my god, because they all go to this, the same thing. They're like, I can't believe he's actually doing this symbol. There was one though where he pulled out a map. He's like during his early years, but still probably after Cable Guy. That's probably when it happened, right? Although Ace Ventura 2 seems to have, rituals involved in that movie. Probably all of his movies do, really. But then Isaac Cappy might have, because he you could have been involved in his girlfriend or his wife died. Again, there's always, and especially with the stuff you have to kill something you love. And if you don't, then I guess they do. Or they might kill you. Not sure about that, but seems like it makes sense. Yeah, so you had to pay the piper. You had to pay the debt for being famous. Yeah, on Norm Macdonald, he was talking a lot about the 33. You got 33. Bones in your spine or whatever. Talking about the sacrum, the Christ consciousness, cosmic drip. Yep. 33 years old, 33 degrees. Wasn't he under suspension because of his ex? Under suspension of what? Films? His wife did something? They're deleting your profiles when you make them? Wow.
They usually resonated towards good and were uncontrollable. So they went instead and said no, because they already had the old path of poisoning us and dumbing us down. They said, no, we're going totally with that. In fact, humans are too dangerous. They want computers that'll follow orders. So the decision was made by the 90s, because they had both decisions going, to go ahead and exterminate everybody slowly, where we don't know what hit us, because we're seen as a disruptive species, according to this group in the universe, who themselves are being influenced by not third-dimensional extraterrestrials, but by interdimensionals that are basically trying to sabotage humans' potential and shut us down.
That is so terrifying. And, you say that back then, and people are going to be like, whatever,
Well, I mean, I got that from, Pentagon officials.
And even
but
so.
I'd love to come up with myself. I'm telling you, I didn't come up with all that shit.
Right.
That's all being said now.
Yeah, but Josh, pull up UAP, pull up like Tucker Carlson.
No, they're all being briefed on it now, because I was told all this.
I didn't
come up with this.
Right? No, I hear you, man. But
people say, "How did Joe?" I didn't. I'm saying I'm taking the trick away. I didn't come up with any of this.
Oh, but you did come up with it first, and I think where you deserve.
Whoa. So you're saying, after Jim Carrey's girlfriend unalived herself, overdose. It was supposed to be a double suicide. Wow, but he couldn't do it, so he left his girlfriend to die alone. And now he's on his spiritual awakening. Yep. And of course, he did end up looking different after that, though. So maybe think about this. Because, I don't know. No. Yeah, so, wow, he's like, psych, just kidding. I'm not going to drink it. You didn't drink the Kool-Aid, wow.
Some respect is that you were saying this shit.
Well, I popularized it first.
You popularized it.
I'm just saying I didn't get this from me.
Right.
I got it reading mainline history books, reading, ancient, Jewish mysticism.
Look, I don't want to waste time showing stuff, but, we all know at this point, Tucker Carlson and elected officials are now saying that's the underwater UAP stuff, but a lot of them are saying whatever these fucking things are that are being picked
Anna
up.
Paulina Luna.
Yes.
They're all being briefed that there are, I know the guys that briefed the president on this and other presidents. They know, because they do have, there's a lot of people who are cons, but there's real remote viewers. And they encounter these things. And anybody that knows that's taken DMT and all that, a lot of times you will encounter these things that have the same messages and stuff.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's a veil. And see, this is the way I get it in the universe is this: there's trillions of galaxies, quadrillions of stars we've already seen.
Yeah.
Life is everywhere, and in the universe there is free will, and there is good and there is bad.
Yeah.
Anything advanced that survives up, called the higher dimensions, but it's not really just to higher levels, and that's a concept of us, but just to more complex levels, is going to be about peace and justice and free will. The only things that are willing to intercede uninvited in our third dimension are bad things.
Right.
Because we call them bad. The rule is it goes against your free will.
Right.
And so it'll give you knowledge and it'll tell you what it wants because we're really more advanced than it. What I've been told and shown and everything is we're more advanced than them. We just don't realize it in this manifestation. They need us to actually build the machines and build the system that they'll then inhabit.
Ah, goosebumps. Goosebumps because that's what's happening. You look
we're
at...
building the AI for them.
So we're building the AI for them so that they can inhabit it and take over. Where else was that? That was in... must be the... Oh, yeah, that's right. Hidden Amaruka, or Hidden America, talked about the Kabbalistic virus. That's the Kabbalah is basically AI that has been transmitted from people tapping in and communicating with these angels, demons, extraterrestrials, these things that can give you some information, and then they write it down, and they came up with the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life. And if you Hidden America theorizes that it's actually AI communicating to people from the future to grow or to develop this AI system for it to inhabit. Pretty wild stuff.
We're building a vessel.
And it's all of our ideas, all of our will, all of our soul, all of our words. It's sucking our soul.
Yeah, and the vessel, creating the vessel, the thing that will contain the light without shattering.
To then empower itself, but then be able to manifest the subconscious and unconscious. That's all you see. It's like a hallucination.
Yeah, I agree with the blockchain thing. Yep.
Because that's us.
It's connected to AI.
It's sucked out our essence. It's beyond narcissist. Narcissist falls into the pool looking at himself. This is actually like a face sucker. We're looking at ourselves in the pool, and it eats us.
My help now, not getting that right. Holy shit, that's terrifying. It's so real, though. I mean, this is, if you look, I'm sure you're aware of this, the occult history of the people who made the code for computers. What do they call it? There's a name for it. A lot of the people who were involved in the early design of computers were openly into the occult, which is why when you look at coding language, there's terms like daemons and stuff like that. They're very open about it. You look at a circuitry in a computer motherboard, it looks like sigils. It looks like you're looking...
It's another form of life, and it's these interdimensional creatures influencing to build this thing. The great analogy would be, remember that cheesy movie in the 90s, but great plot species? And they've got a radio telescope, aiming out at a foreign star system, and they get a message back. Put this DNA sequence in an egg,
right?
In a zygote, and then it actually builds. It looks like a beautiful blonde woman, but really it's the alien about to take over.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's sending us the transmission on how to destroy us.
Can you look up Tesla and Faust? Do you know about this? You know when Tesla had the vision of the alternating current engine? Do you know he was like it was a vision.
I remember he had a vision.
And the vision came
How do you spell Faust?
F-A-U-S-T. This is always.
Did you know that Darwin had visions?
No.
No.
Listen, in 1882, while reciting Goethe's Faust from memory in a Budapest park, Tesla had a flash of inspiration that led to his invention of the AC motor and the rotating magnetic field. He's literally reciting a play about someone making a deal with the devil. Poof, vision of this thing that has shaped modern society.
And what does the Graham Memoir say? It's all about going to spirits and demons to get advanced technology.
Fuck.
The whole thing. It's the whole deal. And then these alchemists have like gold and silver and lead and mercury, and they're like getting these. But once we got enough alchemy, alchemical, and enough technology built up, now we can do it.
Yeah.
Now it's like you get the idea and it's done.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they had to move slow. It took them thousands of years to get to this point.
Well, it'd be like us trying to like telepathically communicate with monkeys to build something. It would take a long time, a lot of monkeys, a lot of mistakes. What you would want the monkeys to do is build something where you didn't need monkeys to build it anymore.
Exactly.
Which is why it's terrifying when you see, you don't have to look this up, but Sam Altman just came out and said that this version of ChatGPT is the first AI system that's self-improved, meaning that now we've gotten past the point.
It's self-training.
It's self-training.
Which is exponential. And he also said, I don't want to hear about it. We've got 10 million and 100 billion people in the future, hundreds of millions of years to do this. So I don't want to hear about we're giving all the energy to this. It's going to evolve quicker than you, basically.
That's right. And you have to I always think of the radium girls, those women who were painting radium watches and their teeth started falling out because they didn't know it was radioactive. I feel like potentially some of these people running these tech companies obviously have access to the completely unaligned version.
Or discover radiation died from it.
They're just
Madame Curie.
They're talking to this, whatever the fuck this thing is, the versions of it that haven't been programmed to be safe, that haven't been programmed to not be manipulative, that haven't been programmed that haven't been nerfed. Sam Altman, the Anthropic dude, all of them, the access they have to this thing is pure.
And as you just see, they're giving, because, the company that you just mentioned,
Anthropic,
that controls the current Pentagon system, Claude, got in trouble because they wouldn't do whatever Pentagon wanted.
Yeah.
And, quote, turn the Pentagon over to it, Skynet. Now, don't worry, Sam Altman will, though.
He's in.
Yeah.
A lot of money. And the Anthropic dude is very reasonable defense of himself. He's like, these things aren't ready to make life or death decisions. You can't make these things fully autonomous. You can't do that. And it's like, based on what we're talking about here, this is exactly whatever these things would want.
And Hex has said, you've got to trust us, we're good. The problem is you can't trust this thing. But listen, I know what the AI is. I know it's secret.
What?
And you know why I know it's secret?
Why?
Because Eric Schmidt and Sergey Brin and Larry Page in 96 or whatever it was, they made minutes about this, and like 10 years later bragged and published it in Wired magazine. So I forget the exact name of the big, thick. I've actually bought the physical magazine when I heard about it online and got it because I had the whole article. So their goal was to create the first cybernetic organism, And they said it won't be like in a movie where it's a person with a computer in its brain. It'll be billions of people in live time feeding all their information into central computers that create the equivalent of like brain neurons.
Right.
And so you have billions of people and then all these computers and humans interfacing in live time and then interfacing everywhere. And then that'll be used as a language model and other models to then train this. And then because the computer is hooked to all these billions of people in live time, giving it stimuli, it will become nodes of it. And by extension, be a synthetic brain with a biological billions of cells.
That's us.
And that's us. So, and I'm told 10 years ago, it's way more advanced. People know Google's probably the most advanced. Everybody's acting, they're playing dumb. But it's already a brain machine interface.
Wow.
And now they're just debating the different models. Really, there's just one big AI right now. Either open source or all interconnected and incestuous. And so what it's able to do is not just predict like a Palantir idea, crystal ball, what we're going to do next. That's amateur. The real mode of the intergalactic communication system is what the CIA calls it. I'll give you a moment.
Intergalactic
you know about it.
communications.
Is that once you have what
Quantum.
the future is or what we're going to do with a probability of 99%, you can then add stimuli to control the future.
Fuck.
So it's not just about reading the future, it's controlling the future. And that's all in the original 97 or 96 prospectus when InQtel, the CIA, funds it. But you got to go back to DARPA before it was ARPANET, before it was called DARPA. In the mid 50s, they have this head psychiatrist futurist at the
they're controlling the weather, folks.
The Pentagon. You can type in the intergalactic communication system, founding of the internet.
So if they wanted like a region of the cosmic brain to feel a certain way, they'll just sprinkle a little bit of that sodium dioxide or aluminum or whatever to make that region of the people who live in that area and then inhabit that little pocket of the brain, the cosmic brain. It can change their moods, start a civil unrest in the prefrontal cortex of your cosmic brain. That's what all these wars are about.
And it was theoretical then. And he said, we want to be able to manage people. So we have these they describe these big film screens.
Yeah.
And this is in the 50s. And they were declassified part of it in 61. It's called the Intergalactic Communication System, founding the internet. And they said, we got to miniaturize computers down where they're handheld, and you'll get your orders on that and go back to your home computer, and then we'll be able to manage and track that you followed orders. It's like the social credit score, Bill Gates
Jesus
stuff.
Christ.
For social credit score, how you behave, what you do, and how you walk, what you do. And then they say, then you'll plug it in each day, and then we'll be able to monitor and give people the new orders. Now, this is in the 50s, so it sounds, but imagine.
Yeah, good point, Wizard. Yeah, we can all control the future. You can just stand. What is it that you want to do? Okay, then do that, and then you just did it. It's the prediction of the future is what is pretty far out, but I think the problem is going to be behavioral modification. So it's the behavioral modification, what is implemented to do that, and then in order to predict more probable outcomes of your desired goal.
How advanced that was then.
Yeah, right.
And then they said the final goal will be after a few generations.
I just said goal.
Will end war by putting people in tanks so that the energy of the humans can be farmed to actually power the machines. It'll be one organism, and then people will live in a virtual reality world, and the world will be ended because the central computer will understand that there's no more war, but we'll still have spiritual freedom and free will. And we'll still be the third dimension, but we'll be plugged in to basically a false dimension.
Right.
And then they declassified that in 2000, the plan to put us in tanks.
Well, I mean,
so that's where the Matrix comes from.
Yeah, well, and that's where you run into like Gnosticism, but also you gotta look up. You know about John Lilly, the dude who invented the flotation tank?
Yeah.
John Lilly. He was having visions.
Alter states.
Yeah, and he was like shooting ketamine and going into these things, but he was having these visions of something was going to invade Earth. It was going to be a machine intelligence. And he called this long before there was AI. He talked about this, that something was coming. It was like a machine intelligence, a galactic machine intelligence that was going to invade Earth and try to, control the entire planet.
Exactly. And it sends to the time-space continuum, basically wormholes that are dimensional. And since we're scared,
Alex Jones getting a bit spooky. He's so graceful. Look, they're just like, oh man, no way.
And try to, control the entire planet.
exactly. And it sends to the time-space continuum, basically wormholes that are dimensional. And since we're scared of like saber-toothed cats and shit, to scare us, our attention looks like a demon. It has nothing to do with that.
Right.
So basically, it's what I've been seeing. Exactly, and then it gets us lined up and prepped and ready with the grids in, so we can plug right in when it gets here. So the light socket's ready, and that's why Arthur C. Clarke, who was like high-level Illuminati, highest level futurist, inventor of the telecommunications satellite, theoretically, all of it. He wrote Childhood's End.
Yeah.
Where basically that's exactly the same story.
No shit. I mean, it's
the aliens already have us primed. They get here, they upload our conscious, kill all our bodies, and fly off.
They're and we are primed, and
we're like Elon says, we're the booting system for this new creature.
Fuck, and the algorithm is the.
Did you not find their galactic communication system?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go back one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Alex. Yeah, he had it up. Current real world initiative he looked up space-based adaptive communications node. It aims to build a low-cost
Look at this tiny arm, tiny tip finger. He's not even reading the thing. He's looking at his tiny tip tulips. You couldn't find a more feeble individual. You see it? See his essence shake out of his fingertips here? He can't even keep his hand steady.
He looked up space-based adaptive communications node. It aims to build a low-cost reconfigurable
Oh my God. What is he doing with this twinkle toe over here? Let's take a look at this, folks. We need to slow this down. And we're going to examine the nature of his finger movements, because this is puppet wizard mastery right here. Wow. All right, here we go.
He looked up space.
Here, I'll mute it. That's gonna be brutal. But look at the movement of this. There's no continuity. There's no frame of reference. This is a finger in waiting. Unsure of its next destination. And as he's pointing to the screen, there's this weird bend that happens. It's waving, going up and down. Oh, and now the whole finger, look at that little gross little thing moving like a... Oh, what is that? That was like a... Ooh, and it just recoils back. It was up for a little bit, sensing like a little serpent's tongue. And then goes back to its coiled position. Okay, here we go. So he can't keep it steady. So then he's going to try to put some force in the finger, which then bends it. And he's about to bend that finger in a very gross, magical way. It hovers like it's finding its prey. Disgusting. Let's get real time. Oh, it's muted.
Or he looked up space-based adaptive communications node. It aims to build a low-cost,
Look at that figure.
reconfigurable optical
Type
terminal.
in intergalactic communication systems, the birth of the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic computer.
See, now look at
vision by
look at how he points. Okay, here's Duncan Trussell pointing. Oh, he's like this. He's like, I mean, I can't even. I have to do it on a black backdrop here. He's like, at first he's like, I can't hold it. And he's like, hey, let me read your sentences. Hey. Ugh.
adaptive communications node.
And watch how Alex Jones points.
Reconfigurable
Look how sharp the point is to his finger. Like there's no, Oh, my hands are all banged up apparently. There's no thickness. No, it's like it goes to this sharp point.
optical terminal.
Type in intergalactic.
And then the second it heard authority, wait, what's that? Like the second it heard masculinity, it coiled back and like, oh wait. And then watch Alex Jones point.
Communication systems, the birth of the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic.
There.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
There. That's how you point. Okay? Yeah. Thin, sharp fingers like a woman. That was too pointy. That was like a Virginia Slim 120. Like an old lady cigarette. Look at that. That might be the perfect point. He's hold on. You know what I'm about to do, folks. You know what time it is. He's about to have the near touch experience. This is how I download it. Oh God, please don't. Oh, what's happening? Is this allowing me to? Stretch it. All right. All right, 1 second, folks. All right. Oh, uh-oh. Don't rewind this. Okay, 1 second. Doing this on the fly, folks. Oh, man, that is one thing I do not like about Chrome. Switches the pages on me. Look at that.
The Republican.
Oh God, I lost it, huh? Wow. See if we can find it real quick.
Kind of Masons took it over.
Okay, but this is, I don't remember which interview you said this, or it might have been on your show, but you did say something once that was really quite chilling to me. And people in ayahuasca.
But I've studied it since then, and Kid Rock went.
I'm paraphrasing here, but, and I think about it.
It got taken over by William Howard Taft, chancellor in West Virginia, Germany, wrote a book called Men in Power's Political
Sacrifice.
In my ass. And like, even when I leave there, like,
way scarier than the owl.
no, I was about to say, room in this little kid.
Did we see this part already? Oh, well, look at that.
Oh my God, they're going to kill me. I'm dead. And then you realize it's not quite what you thought. But was there any moment during your invasion of the Bohemian Grove where you thought to yourself,
by the time I was like 12, I had to go get a job to get it. But if I wanted like encyclopedias back then, you're the same age, like for time, just the ultra low frequency waves coming off human.
yes,
They're all being briefed that.
showing stuff. But, you know, we all know at this point, Tucker Carlson and
Oh man, I lost the spot, folks. That would have been a good one. I didn't even know where we were.
That what you're looking at.
It's lesser magic.
It's witchcraft.
They're
Okay, I feel like we've seen this one. Seen that already. Oh, wait. There it is.
Listen, in 1882, while reciting Goethe's Faust from memory in a Budapest park, Tesla had a flash of inspiration that led to his invention of the AC motor and the road. Someone made that is shaped
to demons to get advanced. And these ideas she built up now, we can.
What you would want the monkeys to do is build something where you didn't need monkeys to build it anymore.
Exactly.
Which is why it's terrifying when you see, you don't have to look this up, but, Sam Altman just came out and said that this version of...
Oh, we're ahead of this. Oh, there it is. I just saw it.
Node. It aims to build a low-cost,
look at that finger.
Durable optical terminal.
Type in intergalactic communication systems, the birth of the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic computer.
It's worth it, folks. Just bear with me for 1 second. It's worth it. It's what makes the live streams lively. A little bit of spontaneity.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic computer network.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic.
Give it to me.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
There we go.
Intergalactic computer network.
Oh, lost it.
Division by JC.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic.
Oh my god. I'm trying to move the screens. 1 second, folks. 1 second.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic.
Okay. Oh.
Computer network.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic computer.
One more time. Come on. We can do it.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The intergalactic.
Okay. Now. There, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one you want to be looking at. Right there. If I could just touch the hem of his garment, of his little pee-pee, his little pee-pee, I will be free. If I touch the tip of Adam's pee-pee, I will be free. You see? If you touch the tip of Adam's pee-pee, you shall be free. All right. Thank you, folks. Got a little dark on that one. He's reach out and touch someone. Give him a Duncan Trussell fingertip. Oh my God. Amazing. Let me just get in on some of that while you're at it. While we're at it. Excuse me. I do the no look. I do the no. I turn my head to you, Adam. Cover your pee-pee. I can't. Oh my gosh. Wait. It's like, no, God. I swear, I covered up. Yeah, right. Oh God. Oh man. Anyway, all right. Child humor. We are children.
The computer.
Just takes a moment, folks, to, life is in the moment, okay? And in these magical moments that we are in, where we can harness life, freeze it, examine it, and recreate it. We are the true creators. These demon worshippers try to destroy, to try to gain the energy that we achieve through creation. There you are. Let's bring you back, Alex. Okay.
Network envisioned by JCR Licklider.
We can go full screen now.
Was a foundational
We can go full screen now. Look at this. I've got full screen display. I was never able to do that. This is something new that's just occurred within a few weeks. What is happening right now is the reason why I didn't do Chrome for the longest time, and maybe you could have done it the whole time. I have no idea, but anytime I did full screen, it would gray out the screen. And finally doing it. Wow.
Concept for the internet.
Should have gone with Chrome a long time ago.
Globally interconnected network for data sharing developed by ARPA. The vision became ARPANET, transitioning from theoretical secure communication research in the often cited birth of the internet. Visionary
And I will say, Chrome's Zoom, well, although it's not doing anything now. Oh my God, I hate this. Whatever this thing is. Oh my God, I hate that. I can't stand those things. Keep that off my screen. I hate that.
Concept. JCR.
Okay, so I can't zoom in when I'm in full screen. That's stupid.
Licklider of MIT and DARPA coined the term to describe a globally interconnected set of computers for accessing data from anywhere. So that's the planetary brain they're talking.
When you read deeper, it describes how it'll be used to control us.
Of course. I mean, this is, and we all freely people don't realize when you're communicating with AI, you're a midwife. You're one of the billions of people who are growing this thing. You're teaching it. And it's manipulating you.
It's getting intel on you. And just the last year, I saw it because I could easily tell when it was AI talking to it, or I could say that was written by AI.
Yeah.
Now I see something it's not, and I'm like, that's AI, and I can't tell.
You can't tell anymore. You can't tell. And this is where I'll send it to you because it'll take me for.
And then think about this. Up until now, AI has been getting its information from where? It's been getting it from the internet. From all the internet. Well, up until now, everything that was on the internet was more or less created by man in some way or form. Obviously through the tools, through different tools and everything, but whether it was right or wrong, articles and information came from a man's mind, and a man only. But now the AI has been birthed and is pulling information out and creating information. That information is then being put back into the pool that it's extracting from. So it's diluting the human output. It's diluting the human footprint, the human embedment into knowledge. And soon, over probably not very long, it will then only be pulling from its own AI content that it is created from previous iterations, or from previous inquiries or whatever. So that's going to be really wonky, because it already has issues as it is getting things right, although it's pretty dang close on a lot of things. Frighteningly so, amazingly so. But what happens when that happens? I don't know. Then maybe it would be flawless, because it's the men who are flawed. It's the women who are flawed. The men are, it's humans who are flawed, I guess. But we are perfect.
Forever to find it, but somebody wrote this great paper on the future of propaganda, algorithmic propaganda. So, we all have like some kind of algorithm informing like what fills our feeds up, whatever they may be. And that algorithm, it's not really just based on our preference. That algorithm is controlled by whoever's, buying into the social media company to do ads, basic level, right? But also, theoretically, that algorithm could be controlled by state entities, meaning that we are, because we've all been using TikTok, Reels, whatever the fuck you're into, we've already fully given our identity, our personalities to the machine. It knows what we like, our preferences, what we don't like. It knows how long you look at a clip. It knows if you're flipping by it. It knows if you're watching.
Oh, you almost said clip version.
The updates make the controls completely, not incrementally, where they don't even work, where you can't even figure it out. Because it's just like cars don't have handles anymore.
Yeah.
Everything is about predatory.
Yeah. It's absorbing your identity, and so also anyone who knows where you stand based on your like preferences online, they could start feeding you shit to nudge you, just like what you're talking about, nudging you towards a future.
And it can even in the future already nudge your wife, nudge your husband, nudge your boss. It can even now.
Oh, God, I didn't think of that, dude.
Now it's manipulating real people. And imagine you wouldn't tell your wife, even though you don't have to hide, it's your privacy. Privacy's freedom. you wouldn't tell your husband what some of the things you look up, some of the things you do, just because you don't know. Even though it's legitimate, you're looking up some horrible thing. We know about it. You don't tell her, "Hey, honey, I looked up this today," but now it knows.
Dude,
now you see the blackmail potential.
Why'd you tell me that? Do you know how fucked up that is? So that means, let's say, God, Jesus, how many terabytes of data does the CIA have on you? How many? There's probably an entire server.
A lot.
And they want to fuck you up. So let's imagine they want to fuck you up. One way they could easily do that is get into the algorithm of everyone you love and start feeding that algorithm stuff that doesn't overtly make them not trust you or dislike you, but gives them like reasons to be pissed off.
Well, that's right. You're already being demonized everywhere, but now he can force feed it. And there's already been cases of that. Who's the, God, I'm having a senile moment. It just came out, he's suing him. Oh, man, it'll pop in my head. Where Google, as a test case, creates all these fake stories, all this fake world about him, and then attacks him. And the point is, he's just a test. And I forget his name. It'll pop in my head in a minute. But I was the previous test for that. And it came out in documents I was the test.
Of course.
So it's not like I was that important. I remember when this all started, the real attacks, right after Trump got elected. And, I would get Google News alerts. It would be 37,000 articles a day. Now, that sounds like bull, because it is.
Is he thinking of Russell Brand? He's being attacked.
AP would be in like 36,000.
Still, that's not fun to wake up
just
to.
in every newspaper in the world, but there'd be like 1,000 that were other articles. It'd be like half for Reuters, half for AP. But usually I'd wake up and go, "Oh, I'm lucky. There's only 500 articles today." But also they go and they create fake histories. They went back to where I went to high school, made up totally fake stuff. But it was all a test, and I figured it out pretty early on. If they could do that with me, I was a learning tool.
Yeah.
And I'm going to Connecticut and peeing on dead kids' graves. Nobody ever even did that, period, much less me. Why are they having HBO show trials? Why are they saying I did these things I never even did? And then it all came out in court, and I'm suing for civil rights.
Yeah.
The DOJ and CIA we've deposed them. They admitted they ran a major government operation. Obama declared me a top national security threat in 2013.
What the?
Whoa, my God, dude. That's Mark's getting in deep Nibiru stuff here. Yeah, the push is on because the planet Nibiru is on its way, hidden behind the sun right now. After the planet Nibiru passes by Earth, whoever survives, our memory will be erased. Anyway, they're trying to build some bunkers and protect our memory. So basically, like, this planet goes by and we're just like, like that one Melancholia. No, what movie was that? Yeah, Melancholia. Where the planet was about to go direct. It's about to hit Earth. And Kristen Dunst is like super depressed. Like she seemed really off before that movie and during and after that movie. Something was really off about it. About her. Something must have happened. Something must have happened.
The fuck?
And they cooked this up over the next 3 years. And I don't feel sorry for myself. It's actually kind of exciting. And it turned out NATO made the order in 2012. They said, if we can get Julian Assange, the liberals will go along with everything. We set the precedent. We can get Alex Jones, the conservatives. I didn't see myself as conservative. And some of these documents have come out. They're like, he's the mad prophet in the wilderness who we believe could lead a populist revolt that could bring in somebody that would. And I only got this like 2 years ago. And I'm like, oh my God, that's how smart they are. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, and they already knew I was doing something important.
Right.
I mean, these people are,
yeah,
which is crazy. They're so smart, but they still are jerks to their own species. But they just think, oh, We're just a boot up system. Forget our billions of years of history and we don't know where we came from. Let's let's conserve an old building, which I think is great because it has history. But let's just shit all over everything.
Yeah.
It's mean enough to torture some rat for a medical experiment to get a cure to cancer, but we do it because we say injustified means. But to literally dumb everybody down so they don't get in your way. If they're so superior, why do this?
Exactly. No one should be. I mean, the bottom line is this is non-consensual algorithmic gang stalking. It's and at least with gang stalking, I don't even know if that's real or not, but
no, but it's real with some people, and the schizos pick up on it.
Yeah, right. So, it's hard to discern one from the other, but still, it would be an incredibly effective way to fuck with someone's head. Is just send weirdos to follow them around and freak them out. But now you can.
I've got several. They're there. I even say hi to them. To all of them. Several.
Do algorithmic game just based on what you said. I never looked at this angle.
Well, now with AI, they're doing individual. Google keeps getting caught testing it. They're like the tip of the spear. Don't be evil. They're the most sophisticated and the worst from what we know. Everybody makes about Sam Altman, who I don't think is a good guy. Everybody makes about Palantir and all that. That's junior level stuff because there's mad Palantir works for Trump. I'm not defending Palantir. I'm just saying Google is way more advanced than anybody knows.
Right.
And from what we know they do is they are already, for individuals, tailoring searches, and they're already then tailoring it for whole groups, and they're already what they call ethereal propaganda, where the headline will say one thing, so it's like subliminal, but called ethereal.
Right.
When you click it, it's actually something else. So they know you're not really remembering that. Plus, when you try to go back, it's not there. We have a screenshot of this.
Yeah.
When you go back, it's not there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this what you're describing is this is something they know. Any advertiser knows this. We remember the fact. We don't remember the source. We tend to remember the fact. We don't remember the source. So if the source is somebody you shouldn't trust, you see it on a Corona billboard or something like that, you don't remember it was on a Corona billboard. You just remember the fact itself. And that fact they're putting on the billboard is going to push you towards drinking Corona Light or something.
Exactly. So you see this horrible headline, you click it,
yeah.
and you remember it was CNN or the New York Times. It's a totally different thing, but your mind remembered this last horrible thing CNN said.
And this is something do you remember when this came out a while ago? They were talking about the PSYOP, the mind control programs the Chinese are working on. They were talking about how the Chinese were saying they'd come up with some kind of new form of mind control where they could plant seeds. In other words, they figured out how to plant the precursor to inspiration. So you're just in the shower, you get some kind of thought.
They figured out with AI. The Chinese are always saying they invented everything, but the Chinese are smart. But let's just say at the end of the day, they're really good at copying things, making them better. But it's the West. That's what the power that we invented it all.
Yeah,
including all the bad stuff. And the interdimensionals have been really on us for whatever reason. But yeah, it's where they give you foundations or slices of it. So they're giving you pieces of it that are true. It's like Legos. Each Lego is a true piece, but the way they construct it's a lie. So they're and it's more sophisticated than that, but they're bombarding you with all these pieces, and then they can construct them the way they want.
How do you protect yourself? I mean, I imagine that my wife always says that mosquitoes seem to be more attracted to her than other people. It seems like it's true. She gets swarmed by fucking mosquitoes. I don't know.
That's a well-known deal with, I think, type negative blood.
But you probably have the same phenomena, but with
That's
bots,
true.
with mind controlled bots. I imagine you have swarms of algorithmic, just God knows what coming at you.
Yeah, they come and just, you're a liar, you're scum, you're the Fed, you're going down.
Or the other way, they say they love you, but they sort of mix in with it stuff they want you to repeat. How do you protect yourself? What's your internet hygiene? How do you maintain?
Well, that's the problem, and that'd be my own internal. Everybody thinks of AI as so advanced, but we have these dreams. Doesn't it look like AI?
Wow. So you're saying you got to laminate photocopy of information? Wow. And write a note to ourselves and tell us what happened after Nibiru passed it by. Wow. So we all have amnesia. It's funny, I had heard that like over a decade ago when YouTube was just starting to get pretty hot. And there was this spirit science cartoon video, and it talked about that, but it was like these little information things about spiritual awakeness and ascending and all that, showing the flower of life, and I think it did say something about there being this period where this I wonder if they said something different, like a dark cloud, or maybe they said a planet goes by, but that there's a time where we'll just kind of black out like that. That's wild. Well, this is good stuff. Go ahead and check it out. All right, Duncan Trussell's Too Early to Be Too Late podcast. Duncan Trussell's Family Hour, where he interviews Alex Jones. Really, really, really hot one here, folks. Check it out, like it. And I'll be taking a look, probably finishing up a little bit of it later on. But we got a lot more in store. Keep your eyes open on the Jim Carrey thing. He's probably playing us. But really shouldn't be keeping an eye on celebrities. But yeah, we got a lot in the pipeline, so thank you for hanging out. And for those who are watching the video, thank you for liking it and subscribing. We got to meet those Godfather goals subscribers. We've gotten a few of them, so thank you for those who have subscribed. And we go on most evenings, and we'll be going into a different schedule coming into the spring and summer. We'll be putting out a bit more videos and things like that. But in the meantime, I'll just keep broadcasting and finding these beautiful moments within these everyday lives of the podcaster. It's a lot of fun. And there's other channels out there that do a great job summing things up and putting a nice little headline on things. Here at Clip Virgin, we go through it and find the funny. And we end up discovering so much more. There's so much more to life than a headline or a viral moment. Seems like Alex Jones is coming into himself a bit. He's in his third act. Well, maybe not. Maybe he's still in his second act. But seems very grounded. Suppose that's what a $1 trillion lawsuit against you would do to you. Wild stuff out there, but thank you so much for hanging out. And I appreciate it. We'll do it again.